Settle in as easy drift sleep guides you to peace. A soft reminder to like and subscribe, helping us share more moments of calm with you. Welcome. The monks, initially, were skeptical. They were men of discipline and routine, and the idea of a wild berry possessing such stimulating properties seemed almost heretical, a temptation that could disrupt their solemn practices. The abbot, in his wisdom, decided to test Kaldi's claim. He took a handful of the berries, but instead of consuming them directly, he threw them into a roaring fire, perhaps out of disdain, or perhaps as a test of their true nature. As the berries roasted in the flames, a remarkable transformation occurred. The monastery, usually filled with the scent of incense and old parchment, was now enveloped by a rich, inviting aroma. It was a deep, complex fragrance, unlike anything they had smelled before. Earthy, sweet, and subtly intoxicating. This unexpected perfume piqued the monks' curiosity. They carefully raked the roasted berries from the embers, noticing their hardened, darkened appearance. Inspired by the aroma, one of the monks suggested brewing them. They crushed the roasted berries, placed them in a clay pot, and poured hot water over them, creating a dark, fragrant liquid. This was the very first recorded instance of coffee being prepared as a beverage, a pivotal moment in its long history. The monks cautiously tasted the brew. To their astonishment, they found it not only delicious, but also remarkably invigorating. It banished their weariness, sharpened their minds, and most importantly for their spiritual practice, helped them stay awake during their long hours of prayer and meditation. This discovery revolutionized their monastic life. The wine of the bean, as it might have been perceived, became an invaluable aid for their nightly vigils, allowing them to pursue their devotions with renewed focus and energy. The legend of Kaldi and his dancing goats spread quietly through the region, a testament to the miraculous properties of these wild berries. While the exact date of this legend is lost to the mists of time, it is believed that coffee cultivation in Ethiopia likely began around the 9th century, though concrete written records from that period are scarce, reflecting the oral traditions of the time. Before the brewing of coffee became widespread, the earliest methods of consuming this plant were quite different. The Ethiopian Oromo tribes, for instance, were known to utilize the coffee cherry in a much more primal way. They would crush the entire coffee cherry, including the pulp and the bean, and then mix it with animal fat. This mixture was then rolled into small, portable energy balls. These energy balls served as a vital source of sustenance for warriors and travelers, providing sustained energy during long journeys or arduous battles. It was a practical and efficient way to harness the stimulating properties of the plant. The very first coffee beans were likely consumed whole, either raw or cooked, much like any other wild fruit or seed. The idea of brewing a beverage from them was a later innovation, born from accidental discovery and deliberate experimentation. The evolution of coffee from a simple wild berry eaten for sustenance to a globally cherished beverage is a testament to its enduring appeal and the ingenuity of human discovery. The initial preparation of coffee as a beverage involved boiling the dried coffee cherries in water, creating a dark, bitter brew. a far cry from the nuanced flavors we appreciate today, but effective nonetheless. Even today, the Ethiopian coffee ceremony, known as Buna, remains a significant cultural tradition, deeply embedded in the fabric of Ethiopia. The word coffee itself is believed to derive from the Arabic kahwa. Interestingly, kahwa originally referred to a type of wine. Our journey into the history of coffee now carries us beyond the immediate. However, coffee's rise was not without its challenges. Each London coffee house developed its own distinct character and clientele. De Cleve's perseverance paid off. The single coffee plant thrived in Martinique, and within a few decades, coffee plantations flourished across the Caribbean islands and Central and South America. This marked the true globalization of coffee, transforming it from a regional specialty into a worldwide commodity. The French, Portuguese, and Spanish colonial powers eagerly established coffee farms in their respective territories, from Haiti to Brazil, creating vast new sources of supply to meet the ever-growing European demand. Brazil, in particular, emerged as a coffee giant. The story of how coffee arrived there is often attributed to Francisco de Melo Paleta, a Portuguese officer. In 1727, he was sent to French Guiana to mediate a border dispute, and while there, was tasked with obtaining coffee seedlings. The French were reluctant to share their valuable plants, but Paleta reportedly charmed the governor's wife, who secretly presented him with a bouquet containing fertile coffee seeds hidden within. These seeds were then planted in Brazil, initiating the country's unparalleled coffee industry. The cultivation of coffee in the Americas, however, came at a tragic human cost. The establishment of vast plantations relied heavily on enslaved labor, particularly from Africa. Millions of enslaved people were forcibly transported across the Atlantic to work in brutal conditions, planting, tending, and harvesting coffee beans. Their forced labor fueled the expansion of the coffee industry and contributed significantly to the wealth of colonial powers, but at an unimaginable price in human suffering and loss of life. This dark chapter remains an indelible part of coffee's global history, a stark reminder of the complex and often painful origins of many cherished commodities. By the mid-18th century, coffee had firmly established itself as a global beverage. It had traveled from the ancient highlands of Ethiopia to the bustling markets of Yemen, across the vast Ottoman Empire, through the sophisticated salons of Europe, and finally to the burgeoning plantations of the New World. Each step of its journey involved a confluence of cultural exchange, economic ambition, and human ingenuity, shaping the drink and the societies that embraced it. The methods of preparation also continued to evolve. While the traditional Turkish method of brewing finely ground coffee in a sezva remained popular in the East, Europeans began to experiment with different techniques. Filtering methods started to emerge, aiming for a clearer, less sediment-laden cup. Early percolators and drip brewers, albeit primitive compared to modern designs, were invented to achieve this. The addition of milk and sugar, while initially frowned upon by some purists, became increasingly common, particularly in Europe, transforming coffee into a sweeter, richer, more familiar drink. Milder drink accessible to a broader palate. The coffee house, as a social institution, continued to thrive and adapt. In Vienna, the story of Franz Georg Kolszycki, a Polish officer, is often cited as the origin of the Viennese coffee house. After the Ottoman siege of Vienna in 1683, Kolszycki, who had lived in the Ottoman Empire, was supposedly rewarded with sacks of coffee beans left behind by the retreating Turkish army. He then opened the city's first coffee house, serving coffee sweetened with milk and honey, and even inventing the kipferl, a crescent-shaped pastry to commemorate the Ottoman crescent moon flag. While this tale is likely embellished, Vienna's coffee house culture did indeed flourish, becoming renowned for its elegant ambience and intellectual discussions. These Viennese coffee houses, like the most enduring and widely retold legend of coffee's discovery, centers around a goat herder named Kaldi. The story, though likely apocryphal, perfectly captures the spirit of accidental discovery. Kaldi, tending his flock in the Kaffa region, observed his goats behaving with unusual vigor after consuming the red berries from a particular shrub. They pranced, they bleated with renewed energy, and they seemed to dance through the night, refusing to sleep. Intrigued by this curious phenomenon, Kaldi decided to try the berries himself. He found that they imparted a similar sense of alertness and vitality, dispelling his own weariness. Kaldi, excited by his discovery, shared his findings with the abbot of a local monastery. The abbot, initially skeptical, dismissed the berries as the work of the devil and threw them into a fire. However, the roasting berries released an intoxicating aroma, a fragrance so rich and inviting that it captivated the monks. They raked the embers from the fire, crushed the now roasted beans, and dissolved them in hot water, creating the very first rudimentary cup of coffee. This beverage, they found, helped them remain awake and alert during long hours of prayer and meditation, particularly during their nightly vigils. Thus, the legend goes, coffee became a tool for spiritual devotion, a silent companion in the pursuit of enlightenment. While the Kaldi legend offers a charming origin, the historical record suggests a more gradual assimilation of coffee into human culture. Before brewing, the raw coffee cherries were likely consumed in various forms. Early nomadic tribes in Ethiopia are thought to have mixed the crushed berries with animal fat, forming energy balls that provided sustenance and stimulation during long journeys. This practice highlights coffee's initial role as a functional food, a source of quick energy rather than a beverage of leisure. The Oromo people, an ethnic group native to Ethiopia and parts of Kenya, have their own ancient traditions involving coffee. They would grind the dried coffee cherries, including the pulp and beans, into a fine powder, then mix it with clarified butter or ghee. This paste was then rolled into small portable balls, serving as a vital food source for warriors and travelers, providing both calories and a stimulating effect. This method of consumption, predating brewed coffee, underscores the plant's long-standing importance in the region. The early use of coffee was not solely for physical energy. In many indigenous cultures, plants with stimulating properties were often imbued with spiritual significance. It is plausible that coffee, in its raw or prepared forms, played a role in rituals, ceremonies, or communal gatherings, fostering a sense of shared experience and heightened awareness. The transition from a wild plant to a cultivated crop. From Ethiopia, coffee's journey began its slow, deliberate expansion. The first major step in this diffusion was across the Red Sea to Yemen, likely sometime in the 15th century. The exact mechanism of this transfer is debated. Some theories suggest that Ethiopian slaves brought coffee beans with them, planting them in their new lands. Others propose that Sufi mystics who traveled between the two regions discovered coffee's stimulating properties in Ethiopia and brought it back to Yemen to aid in their spiritual practices, much like the monks in the Kaldi legend. Yemen proved to be fertile ground, both literally and culturally, for coffee's development. The mountainous regions of Yemen, particularly around the port city of Mocha, offered ideal growing conditions similar to those in Ethiopia. Here, coffee cultivation began in earnest, transitioning from a wild plant to a systematically farmed crop. The Yemenis were pioneers in coffee cultivation, developing sophisticated irrigation techniques and terracing systems to manage the challenging terrain. It was in Yemen that the practice of brewing coffee as a hot beverage truly took hold and began to spread. The beverage, known as kahwa in Arabic, initially referred to a type of wine, but gradually came to denote the stimulating drink made from coffee beans. Sufi monasteries in Yemen became early centers of coffee consumption. The Sufis, known for their mystical practices and long hours of prayer, found coffee to be an invaluable aid in maintaining wakefulness and concentration during their nightly devotions, particularly during the Vikar, or remembrance of God. The city of Mocha on the Red Sea coast of Yemen became the world's first major coffee port. From Mocha, coffee beans and the knowledge of how to cultivate and prepare them began their journey to the wider Islamic world. The name Mocha itself became synonymous with coffee, particularly a specific variety of Yemeni beans known for their rich, chocolatey notes. This port was the gateway through which coffee would eventually reach Europe and beyond, establishing its global presence. The spread of coffee throughout the Arabian Peninsula and the Ottoman Empire was remarkably swift. By the 16th century, coffee houses, known as kahwahane, had become prominent social and intellectual hubs in cities like Mecca, Medina, Cairo, and Istanbul. These establishments were more than just places to drink coffee. They were vibrant centers of social interaction, discussion, and entertainment. People gathered to play chess and backgammon, listen to music, hear stories, and engage in lively debates. The coffee houses of Cairo, for example, blossomed along the banks of the Nile, becoming essential meeting places for merchants, scholars, and poets. They offered a respite from the bustling markets and a space for intellectual exchange. The stimulating effect of coffee fostered a culture of conversation and critical thinking, contributing to the flourishing of arts and sciences in the Islamic world during this period. The aroma of roasting beans and the murmur of voices became the soundtrack of urban life. In Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, coffee houses became particularly elaborate and numerous. The first coffee house in Istanbul is said to have opened in 1554, established by two Syrian merchants. These establishments quickly gained popularity, attracting people from all walks of life, from janissaries and merchants to scholars and artisans. The Ottoman coffee houses were often beautifully decorated, with comfortable seating, intricate tile work, and soft lighting, creating an inviting atmosphere for patrons to linger. The popularity of coffee and coffee houses was not without its controversies. Some conservative religious leaders viewed coffee with suspicion, considering it an intoxicant akin to wine, which is forbidden in Islam. There were several attempts to ban coffee in various cities, including Mecca and Cairo, often driven by moral or political concerns. In Mecca, for instance, in 1511, coffee was temporarily prohibited by religious authorities who feared its stimulating effects might lead to idleness or sedition. However, these bans were largely unsuccessful and short-lived. The economic benefits of the coffee trade, combined with the widespread social acceptance and enjoyment of the beverage, proved too powerful to suppress. The authorities often found it impossible to enforce such prohibitions as the demand for coffee remained high. Eventually, religious scholars issued fatwas, or legal opinions, affirming coffee's permissibility, paving the way for its continued and unchallenged consumption. The preparation of coffee in the Ottoman Empire evolved into a refined art. The beans were typically roasted over an open fire, then finely ground using a mortar and pestle or a hand mill. The ground coffee was then brewed in a sezve, a small, long-handled pot, often made of copper or brass. Water, sugar, and the finely ground coffee were brought to a boil, creating a thick, frothy beverage. This method, known as Turkish coffee, is still enjoyed today and is characterized by its strong flavor, thick body, and the fine sediment that settles at the bottom of the cup. The ritual of serving Turkish coffee was also steeped in tradition. It was often served in small, handleless cups called finjan, placed in metal holders known as zarfs. The act of preparing and serving coffee became a gesture of hospitality and social connection, an integral part of daily life and social etiquette. The careful pouring, the waiting for the grounds to settle, and the shared conversation over a cup of coffee all contributed to its cultural significance. As coffee's fame grew, so did its economic importance. The Ottoman Empire maintained a near monopoly on coffee production and trade for an extended period. The port of Mocha remained the primary export hub, and the Ottomans carefully guarded their coffee plants, prohibiting the export of fertile beans. They understood the value of their unique commodity and sought to protect their advantage in the burgeoning global market. This control, however, was destined to be challenged. The allure of coffee and the immense profits it generated spurred efforts by other nations to acquire coffee plants and cultivate them in their own territories. The story of coffee's escape from the Ottoman monopoly is a tale of intrigue, smuggling, and daring expeditions, a narrative that would reshape global agriculture and trade. One of the Dutch East India. In France, coffee was introduced to the court of King Louis XIV in the mid-17th century, initially as a curiosity and a medicinal drink. The Turkish ambassador, Süleyman Aga, famously introduced coffee to Parisian society in 1669, serving it in elaborate ceremonies at his embassy. This created a sensation among the French aristocracy, who were captivated by the exotic beverage and its elegant presentation. The first public coffee house in Paris, Le Procope, opened in 1686, established by Francesco Procopio de Cortelli, a Sicilian. Le Procope quickly became a legendary institution, attracting prominent figures of the Enlightenment. Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, and Benjamin Franklin were all known to frequent its tables. It was a place where ideas were debated, philosophies were forged, and revolutionary thoughts were whispered. The atmosphere was one of intellectual ferment, fueled by the stimulating effects of coffee. The Parisian cafes of the 18th century were instrumental in shaping French intellectual and cultural life. They provided a neutral ground where people from different social strata could meet and exchange ideas, fostering a sense of public discourse and critical inquiry. The elegant decor, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, and the lively conversations all contributed to the unique charm and significance of these establishments. As coffee gained popularity across Europe, its cultivation continued to expand globally. The French, eager to break the Dutch monopoly, made their own efforts to establish coffee plantations in their colonies. The story of Gabriel de Clieu, a French naval officer, is another legendary tale of coffee's global journey. In 1723, de Clieu reportedly transported a single coffee seedling from the Royal Botanical Garden in Paris to the French colony of Martinique in the Caribbean. The journey was fraught with peril, pirate attacks, storms, and a desperate shortage of fresh water. De Clieu is said to have shared his own meager water rations with the precious seedling to ensure its survival. Against all odds, the plant thrived in Martinique, and its descendants are believed to have spread throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, forming the basis of the vast coffee industries in countries like Brazil and Colombia. The establishment of coffee plantations in the Americas, particularly in the vast territories of Brazil, marked another turning point. Brazil, with its immense land area, favorable climate, and abundant labor, often enslaved Africans, became the world's largest coffee producer by the 19th century. This shift had profound economic and social consequences, transforming landscapes, economies, and labor systems across the globe. The global journey of coffee, from the wild forests of Ethiopia to the sophisticated cafes of Paris, is a testament to its enduring appeal and adaptability. It is a story of accidental discovery, spiritual devotion, economic ambition, and cultural transformation. Each step of its descent into our modern world has been marked by human ingenuity, perseverance, and a deep appreciation for this remarkable being. As we trace these ancient paths, from the high plateaus of Kassa to the bustling ports of Mocha, and then across vast oceans to the new worlds, we can feel the gentle pull of history. The whispers of Kaldi's goats, the solemn prayers of Sufi mystics, the lively debates in Ottoman coffee houses, and the intellectual ferment of Parisian cafes. All these moments are woven into the rich tapestry of coffee's past. The story of coffee is not just a chronicle of a plant, it is a narrative of human connection, of shared experiences, and of the subtle ways in which a simple beverage can shape cultures and societies. It is a journey that began in the quiet solitude of ancient forests and gradually unfolded into the vibrant hum of global commerce and social life. Tonight, as the world... These cave canes were often called schools of the wise because they attracted scholars, poets, artists, and merchants. Here, ideas were exchanged, news was disseminated, and stories were told. People would gather to play chess, listen to music, recite poetry, and discuss the events of the day. It was a place where people from different walks of life could come together, united by their shared enjoyment of coffee and conversation. The stimulating effect of coffee, which had once aided spiritual contemplation, now fueled lively debate and creative expression. By the 15th century, these coffee houses had become integral to urban life in the Islamic world. They provided a public space that was distinct from the mosque or the marketplace. They offered a sense of community and belonging, a place where one could escape the confines of home and engage with the wider world. The atmosphere was often relaxed and informal, fostering a sense of camaraderie among patrons. The Ottoman Empire played a crucial role in spreading coffee culture throughout its vast territories. As the empire expanded, so too did the reach of coffee. The Ottoman capital, Constantinople, now modern-day Istanbul, became a major hub for coffee trade and consumption. Coffee arrived in Constantinople in the mid-16th century, and it was not long before the city embraced the new beverage with enthusiasm. The first coffee house in Constantinople opened in 1555. Its arrival marked a significant moment in the city's social history. Soon, many more followed, transforming the urban landscape. These Ottoman coffee houses were grander and more elaborate than their earlier counterparts in Mecca and Cairo. They featured ornate decorations, comfortable seating, and often had outdoor courtyards where patrons could enjoy the fresh air. Turkish coffee preparation, involving finely ground beans boiled in a sezve, became a popular and distinctive method. The sezve, a small copper or brass pot with a long handle, was specifically designed for this brewing technique. The coffee beans were ground to an almost powdery consistency, then mixed with water and sometimes sugar, and slowly brought to a boil. The resulting beverage was thick, strong, and intensely flavorful, with a layer of foam on top and a fine sediment at the bottom. This method of preparation became synonymous with coffee culture in the Ottoman Empire and beyond. The ritual of preparing and serving Turkish coffee was an art form in itself. The slow simmering, the careful pouring, the presentation in small, elegant cups, all contributed to the experience. It was a moment of pause, a brief respite from the demands of daily life. The rich aroma would fill the air, signaling a time for conversation and connection. Coffee houses in the Ottoman Empire became vibrant social centers for conversation, poetry. The Ottoman Empire's influence extended far and wide, and with it, coffee's reach expanded. From the bustling markets of Istanbul, coffee made its way to Europe through various channels. Trade routes, which had long connected the East and West, now carried this new and exotic beverage. Venetian merchants, with their extensive maritime networks, were among the first Europeans to encounter coffee. Venice, a powerful maritime republic, was a natural gateway for goods from the East. Its traders had established strong commercial ties with the Ottoman Empire, bringing back spices, silks, and now coffee. The first European to describe coffee was Leonhard Rauwolf, a German physician, who documented his observations in 1583 after his travels in the Near East. He described a black drink that was consumed by the locals, noting its stimulating properties. Early European perceptions of coffee were mixed. Some viewed it with curiosity and intrigue, recognizing its potential benefits. Others were deeply suspecting, even hostile. It was sometimes referred to as the bitter invention of Satan by those who saw it as an unchristian drink. The dark color and stimulating effects were unfamiliar, leading to apprehension. The story of Pope Clement VIII and coffee is a pivotal moment in its European acceptance. Around 1600, coffee faced strong opposition from some Catholic clergy, who urged the Pope to ban the bitter invention of Satan. They argued that it was a Muslim drink and therefore unholy. However, Pope Clement VIII, curious about this new beverage, decided to taste it for himself. Legend has it that after taking a sip, he found it so delightful that he reportedly baptized the drink, declaring it acceptable for Christians to consume. This papal blessing significantly eased its path into European society. Despite this blessing, coffee was initially marketed in Europe as a medicinal drink. Physicians and apothecaries promoted its supposed therapeutic qualities, claiming it could cure various ailments, from gout to scurvy. It was prescribed for headaches, digestive issues, and even as a remedy for drunkenness. This medicinal framing helped to legitimize coffee in a society that was still somewhat wary of its exotic origins. Venetian merchants were among the first to import coffee beans in the early 17th century. The first coffee house in Italy opened in Venice in 1645, though some accounts suggest earlier private consumption. Before the establishment of dedicated coffee houses, coffee was often sold by street vendors who would brew and serve it from portable stalls. These early vendors introduced the taste of coffee to a wider public, gradually building demand. The taste of coffee was initially quite bitter to European palates, accustomed to sweeter drinks, and eventually milk, to temper its intensity. Early coffee was often consumed without sugar or milk, allowing its natural bitterness and complex flavors to be appreciated by those who sought its stimulating effects. The introduction of coffee in Europe coincided with a significant shift in daily habits. Before coffee, popular morning beverages in Europe included beer and wine. These alcoholic drinks, while providing hydration, also contributed to a certain level of daily intoxication. Coffee offered an alternative, a stimulating, non-alcoholic beverage that promoted wakefulness and clarity of thought. This shift contributed to increased sobriety and productivity, particularly among the working classes and intellectuals. Coffee was initially considered an exotic luxury in Europe, affordable only by the wealthy elite. Its high price reflected the long journey from distant lands and the limited supply. However, As trade routes became more established and cultivation expanded, coffee gradually became more accessible to a broader segment of the population. The spread of coffee houses. The Dutch East India Company, or VOC, became the primary distributor of this Javanese coffee. The company, a powerful trading entity with its own army and navy, controlled vast swathes of trade routes and territories. Their ships, laden with spices, silks, and now coffee, sailed regularly between Asia and Europe. The arrival of Javanese coffee in European markets provided a new, reliable source, breaking the near monopoly previously held by Yemen. This diversification of supply helped to stabilize prices and further fueled the growing European appetite for the stimulating beverage. The success in Java emboldened the Dutch to expand their coffee cultivation efforts to other islands in the archipelago, including Sumatra and Sulawesi. Each new plantation represented a careful balance of agricultural science and colonial administration. The indigenous populations were often pressed into labor, transforming landscapes and lives in the pursuit of this valuable commodity. The cultivation methods, though rudimentary by modern standards, were effective. Coffee trees were planted in rows, carefully tended, and their cherries harvested by hand when ripe. The processing involved drying the cherries, often in the sun, before hulling and sorting the beans. One of the most famous and consequential transfers of coffee plants occurred in 1706. A single coffee plant, carefully nurtured, was transported from Java to the botanical gardens in Amsterdam. This plant, a direct descendant of the original Mocha stock, became a prized specimen. It was studied by botanists, admired by dignitaries, and represented the pinnacle of Dutch horticultural achievement. From this single plant, or its immediate progeny, many of the coffee trees that would populate the Americas would eventually descend. The story of coffee's journey to the Americas is a tale woven with intrigue, dedication, and a touch of romantic legend. The French, eager to emulate the Dutch success and break their dependence on Dutch and Yemeni supplies, also sought to establish their own coffee plantations in their colonial territories. Their efforts were initially focused on the Caribbean islands, particularly Martinique. The most widely recounted version of this story involves a French naval officer named Gabriel de Clew. In 1723, de Clew, while on leave in Paris, became convinced that coffee could thrive in the fertile soil of Martinique. He petitioned the king for a coffee plant, but his request was initially denied. Undeterred, he managed to acquire a young coffee seedling, some accounts say by persuasion, others by more clandestine means, from the Royal Botanical Garden, which itself had received a plant from the Amsterdam collection. The journey across the Atlantic was fraught with peril. De Clew carefully protected his precious cargo. From Martinique, coffee seeds and seedlings were distributed to other French colonies in the Caribbean, including Guadeloupe and Saint-Domingue, which is now Haiti. Saint-Domingue in particular proved to be an incredibly fertile ground for coffee. By the late 18th century, it had become the world's leading coffee producer, a position achieved through the brutal system of enslaved labor that characterized the plantation economy of the time. The immense wealth generated by coffee, sugar, and other commodities in these colonies fueled European economies but came at an unimaginable human cost. Meanwhile, the Portuguese, another major colonial power, also sought to introduce coffee to their vast South American territory of Brazil. The story of coffee's arrival in Brazil is equally captivating, often attributed to Lieutenant Colonel Francisco de Melo Paleta. In 1727, Paleta was dispatched to French Guiana on a diplomatic mission, ostensibly to mediate a border dispute between the French and the Dutch. His true clandestine objective, however, was to obtain coffee seedlings. The French, fiercely protective of their coffee monopoly, were unwilling to share their valuable plants. Paleta, known for his charm and diplomatic skill, employed a different strategy. He reportedly captivated the wife of the French governor, who, at a farewell banquet, secretly presented him with a bouquet of flowers. Hidden within the bouquet were coffee seeds and cuttings, a clandestine gift that would forever alter the economic landscape of Brazil. Paleta smuggled these precious seeds and cuttings back to Brazil, where they were first planted in the state of Para. The initial plantings were successful, and coffee cultivation gradually spread southward, finding its true home in the fertile soils and favorable climate of states like Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, and Minas Gerais. Brazil's vast land area, diverse microclimates, and later the availability of labor would eventually make it the world's largest coffee producer, a position it largely maintains to this day. The spread of coffee cultivation was not limited to the Caribbean and South America. The Spanish also introduced coffee to their colonies, including Cuba, Puerto Rico, and parts of Central America. The British, though initially focused on tea, also established coffee plantations in Jamaica and other territories. Each new region brought its own unique environmental conditions, leading to the development of distinct coffee varieties and flavor profiles. The high altitudes and rich volcanic soils of Central America, for instance, became renowned for producing coffees with bright acidity and complex aromatics. The 18th century witnessed an explosion in coffee production, transforming it from a rare exotic commodity into a widely available, though still highly valued, everyday beverage in Europe and the Americas. This expansion was driven by a complex interplay of factors: colonial ambition, scientific curiosity, individual daring, and the insatiable demand from consumers. The establishment of vast plantations, often relying on forced labor, irrevocably altered the social and economic structures of the regions where coffee was grown. The journey of the coffee bean, from its humble origins in the Ethiopian highlands, through the bustling markets of Yemen, across the seas to Europe, and finally to the fertile soils of Java, Martinique, and Brazil, is a testament to its enduring appeal. Each step of this journey involved careful cultivation, meticulous processing, and often immense human effort. The coffee plant, Coffea arabica, with its delicate white blossoms and vibrant red cherries, had proven remarkably adaptable, thriving in diverse tropical environments across the globe. The methods of cultivation, while expanding in scale, one of the most significant discoveries of this era was the isolation of caffeine. Though its stimulating properties had been recognized for centuries, the specific compound responsible remained a mystery until the early 1820s. In 1820, a German chemist named Friedrich Ferdinand Runge was reportedly encouraged by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe to analyze coffee beans. Goethe, a keen amateur scientist himself, had heard of the stimulating effects of coffee and was curious about its chemical basis. Runge successfully isolated a pure, white crystalline substance from coffee beans, which he initially called caffeebase. Almost simultaneously, independent discoveries were made by other scientists. In 1821, Pierre-Jean Robiquet, a French chemist, isolated a similar substance, which he named caffeine. This name, derived from the German Kaffee and the French café, quickly became the universally accepted term. Not long after, in 1827, another French chemist, Pierre-Joseph Pelletier, also isolated caffeine, further confirming its existence and properties. These early chemical investigations marked a pivotal moment, shifting coffee from a mysterious elixir to a substance whose effects could be understood and eventually manipulated. The identification of caffeine opened new avenues for understanding its physiological impact. Scientists began to study how caffeine interacted with the human body, observing its effects on the central nervous system, heart rate, and metabolism. These studies, though rudimentary by modern standards, laid the groundwork for future pharmacological research. The knowledge that a specific chemical compound was responsible for coffee's invigorating qualities also contributed to its growing reputation as a beverage of intellectual stimulation, a drink that sharpened the mind and fostered creativity. Beyond the laboratory, the 19th century witnessed a dramatic expansion of coffee cultivation. Brazil emerged as the undisputed titan of coffee production, a position it would maintain for well over a century. The vast, fertile lands and suitable climate of regions like Minas Gerais and São Paulo proved ideal for coffee growing. The introduction of coffee to Brazil in the early 18th century had been a slow burn, but by the 1830s it had become the country's primary export. This agricultural boom was fueled, tragically, by enslaved labor, a dark chapter in coffee's history that saw millions of Africans forcibly brought to Brazil to work on fazendas or coffee plantations. The scale of Brazilian coffee production was immense. Millions of coffee trees were planted, transforming landscapes into endless rows of green foliage. The harvest season was a period of intense labor, with beans hand-picked by armies of workers. The coffee cherries underwent processing, either dry processing, where they were spread out to dry in the sun, or wet processing, which involved depulping, fermentation, and washing. Each method imparted distinct characteristics to the final bean, influencing its flavor profile. The sheer volume of coffee flowing from Brazil necessitated advancements in transportation and trade. Clipper ships, renowned for their speed, became vital for carrying coffee beans across oceans to eager markets in Europe and North America. The journey was long and arduous, but the high demand ensured profitability. Port cities like Rio de Janeiro and Santos became bustling hubs of commerce, their docks overflowing with sacks of green coffee beans awaiting shipment. In Europe, the coffee house. The turn of the 20th century brought further innovations that would profoundly impact coffee consumption. One of the most significant was the invention of instant coffee. While early attempts at creating a soluble coffee date back to the late 18th century, It was Satoru Kato, a Japanese-American chemist, who developed a stable, soluble coffee powder in 1901. He presented it at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. Shortly after, in 1906, George Washington, an English chemist living in Guatemala, developed his own process for making instant coffee, which he later commercialized as Red E coffee in 1910. Instant coffee, though often viewed with disdain by purists, represented a major leap in convenience. It allowed for quick preparation with just hot water, making coffee accessible in situations where traditional brewing methods were impractical, from military campaigns to camping trips. The First World War, in particular, saw instant coffee become a staple for soldiers, providing a much-needed stimulant and a taste of home in challenging conditions. The early 20th century also witnessed the birth of espresso. While the concept of forcing hot water through ground coffee had been explored for decades, it was Luigi Bezzera, an Italian manufacturer, who patented the first espresso machine in 1901. His machine used steam pressure to rapidly extract coffee, producing a concentrated, flavorful shot with a distinctive layer of reddish-brown foam on top, known as crema. This crema became a hallmark of quality espresso. Bezzera's invention was further refined by Desiderio Pavoni, who bought Bezzera's patent and began manufacturing espresso machines commercially. These early machines were large, complex, and often dangerous, operating at very high pressures. However, they laid the foundation for the modern espresso machine and the entire culture surrounding it. Espresso was initially a fast drink, designed to be consumed quickly, hence its name, which means express in Italian. It was also seen as a more efficient way to extract the maximum flavor from coffee beans. The rise of espresso led to the proliferation of Italian coffee bars, first in Italy and then spreading across Europe and eventually the world. These establishments offered a new way to experience coffee, focusing on speed, quality, and a distinct social atmosphere. The barista, the skilled coffee maker, became a central figure, mastering the art of pulling the perfect shot and crafting various espresso-based drinks like cappuccino and latte. The mid-20th century saw coffee consumption reach unprecedented levels, particularly in the United States. Post-World War II prosperity and the convenience of instant coffee contributed to its widespread adoption. Coffee breaks became institutionalized in workplaces, offering a brief respite and a chance for colleagues to socialize. The image of the American diner, with its endless refills of filter coffee, became iconic. However, this period of mass consumption also led to a decline in perceived quality for many. The focus was often on quantity and low cost, with less emphasis on the origin, processing, or nuanced flavors of the beans. Coffee was often over-roasted, over-extracted, and served lukewarm, leading to a perception among some that it was merely a functional beverage rather than a gourmet experience. Yet, even as mass-market coffee dominated, the seeds of a new movement were being sown. A growing appreciation for specialty coffee began to emerge in the latter half of the 20th century. This movement, often referred to as the third wave of coffee, sought to elevate coffee to the status of a craft beverage, akin to fine wine or artisanal beer. It emphasized the importance of bean origin, varietal, processing methods, and precise brewing techniques. Pioneers of the specialty, the quiet, persistent evolution of coffee, from a wild shrub to a global phenomenon, continued to unfold, inviting us to savor its rich history with every gentle sip. This journey, however, was far from over. The gentle current of coffee spread would soon carry it far beyond its ancient homelands. The Dutch East India Company, a powerful trading entity, became instrumental in this global expansion. They sought to cultivate coffee outside its native lands, particularly in the fertile soils of Java. This was a pivotal moment, breaking the long-standing monopoly held by Yemen. Before the Dutch efforts, a remarkable act of daring had already occurred. A Sufi saint named Baba Budan in the 17th century is credited with smuggling 7 coffee beans out of Yemen. He planted these precious seeds in the hills of India, laying the groundwork for coffee cultivation in a new continent. The Dutch, however, were the first to achieve widespread success in growing coffee beyond the Arabian Peninsula and Ethiopia. Their plantations in the East Indies, especially Java, thrived in the late 17th century. This marked a significant shift in coffee's global trajectory. The Dutch East India Company's ambition was clear: to make coffee accessible and profitable on a global scale. Their success in Java demonstrated that coffee could flourish in diverse climates, opening up new possibilities for cultivation. The French soon followed suit, introducing coffee cultivation to their colonies in the Caribbean. Martinique, a beautiful island, became a key location for this expansion in the early 18th century. A French naval officer named Gabriel de Clieu is famously credited with this monumental task. He brought a single coffee seedling from Paris to Martinique in 1723. This was no ordinary journey. The story of de Clieu's voyage is filled with peril. He faced pirate attacks and severe water rationing. During these challenging times, he reportedly shared his own precious water supply with the delicate coffee plant, ensuring its survival. This single seedling, nurtured through such adversity, is believed to be the ancestor of most coffee plants grown throughout Latin America. From this one small plant, a vast industry would eventually blossom. The journey of coffee to France itself had begun earlier. King Louis XIV had received a coffee plant as a gift in 1714. This plant was then carefully cultivated in the Royal Botanical Garden in Paris. It was from this very plant, residing in the Parisian garden, that Gabriel de Clieu obtained his seedling. This progenitor plant in Paris thus became the source for much of the coffee grown across the Americas. The spread of coffee cultivation from the French Caribbean to other parts of Latin America was rapid. This expansion eventually led to Brazil becoming the world's largest producer of coffee, a position it holds to this day. The journey of coffee beans across continents involved intricate trade routes and daring voyages, each contributing to its global presence. The spread of coffee was often intertwined with larger historical currents, trade routes, religious practices, and burgeoning intellectual movements. This expansion to new colonies made coffee more accessible and affordable to a wider population. It was no longer a rare luxury, but a beverage increasingly enjoyed by many. While coffee spread across the globe, its heart found a new home in the intellectual and social life of one particular European city, Paris. Coffee arrived in France in the mid-17th century, initially as a novelty. It was first presented at the opulent court of King Louis XIV, a curiosity for the elite. Initially, coffee was regarded as a medicinal drink, a curiosity with exotic origins. Its stimulating properties were noted, but its social role was yet to fully develop. Suleiman Aga, the Ottoman ambassador to Louis XIV, played a significant role in introducing coffee to the French court in 1669. He served it in elaborate ceremonies, captivating the Parisian aristocracy with its unique aroma and taste. The first Parisian coffee house, though sometimes debated, is often cited as Café de la Régence, opening in 1681. However, another establishment, Le Procope, would become far more famous and enduring. Le Procope, founded in Paris in 1686 by the Sicilian Francesco Procopio de Coltelli, is considered the oldest continuously operating café in Paris. It is arguably one of the oldest in the world. Café Procope quickly established itself as a vibrant hub. It became a celebrated meeting place for Parisian intellectuals, writers, and revolutionaries. Enlightenment figures like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot were among its famous patrons. The café's atmosphere fostered deep discussions and the exchange of groundbreaking ideas. Even American figures like Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson were known to frequent Parisian cafés, including Procope, during their diplomatic stays in France. They too were drawn to the stimulating environment. Parisian cafés during the 18th century became vital centers for social, political, and artistic exchange. They were crucibles of thought, shaping the intellectual landscape of Europe. Coffee's arrival in Paris coincided perfectly with the Enlightenment. The stimulating beverage fostered an environment conducive to intellectual discourse, encouraging lively debates and the free exchange of ideas. The cafés of Paris were instrumental in fueling the intellectual ferment of the Enlightenment. They provided informal yet profound spaces for discussion, where new philosophies and radical concepts could be openly explored. The French Revolution itself was partly fueled by the discussions held within these bustling Parisian cafés. They were not merely places for refreshment, but breeding grounds for revolutionary thought. During the French Revolution, Parisian cafés transformed into hotbeds of political activity. Figures like Marat used them to rally support and disseminate revolutionary pamphlets. These cafés served as clandestine meeting points for revolutionaries. Here, strategies were plotted, manifestos were drafted, and the future of France was passionately debated. Coffee houses in Paris offered a unique, democratic space. People from different social classes could meet and converse, breaking down traditional barriers. The Parisian café culture also fostered the development of new social norms. It allowed men and women to socialize more freely than in traditional taverns or formal salons. While women were initially excluded from many early European coffee houses, Parisian cafés gradually became more inclusive. Beyond intellectual discourse, Parisian cafés cultivated a unique culture, shaping daily rituals, and the very essence of the city's social fabric. This gentle current of influence continued to flow, defining the rhythm of Parisian life. The gentle current of influence continued to flow, defining the rhythm of Parisian life. But beyond the bustling cafes of Paris, coffee's journey was far from complete. Its path wound through diverse cultures, adapting and evolving with each new landscape it encountered. From the intellectual salons of France, coffee found new homes in the grand cities of Europe and across the oceans. The story of its spread is a tapestry woven with threads of trade, exploration, and cultural exchange. Each thread adds a unique pattern to the rich history of this beloved beverage. The Dutch, already masters of maritime trade, played a pivotal role in coffee's global expansion. They were instrumental in cultivating coffee outside its native lands. Their voyages brought coffee plants to new territories far from the Arabian Peninsula. In the late 17th century, the Dutch East India Company, known for its vast trading network, began to cultivate coffee on the island of Java. This island, part of modern-day Indonesia, offered fertile volcanic soil and a suitable climate. It became one of the first successful large-scale coffee plantations outside of Ethiopia and Yemen. The success of Java coffee was remarkable. It quickly established itself as a significant commodity in global trade. The port of Amsterdam became a major hub for coffee distribution. From there, coffee beans were shipped to various European markets. The Dutch also introduced coffee to their botanical gardens. A single coffee plant, gifted to King Louis XIV of France in 1714, found its way to the Royal Botanical Garden in Paris. This seemingly small act had profound consequences for coffee's future. This particular plant, known as the noble tree, is believed to be the ancestor of much of the coffee grown in the Americas today. Its descendants were later transported across the Atlantic, beginning a new chapter in coffee's global journey. The French, keen to establish their own coffee production, saw the potential in their Caribbean colonies. Gabriel de Clieu, a French naval officer, is famously credited with bringing a coffee seedling from the Royal Botanical Garden in Paris to Martinique in 1723. His journey was fraught with peril. Accounts describe storms, pirate attacks, and even a desperate sharing of his precious water ration with the delicate plant. De Clieu's perseverance paid off. The plant thrived in Martinique's tropical climate. From Martinique, coffee cultivation spread throughout the Caribbean islands. It reached Guadeloupe, Haiti, and other French colonies. The success in these islands demonstrated coffee's adaptability to new environments. The British also recognized the economic potential of coffee. They established plantations in their own colonial territories, particularly in Jamaica. Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee, renowned for its mild flavor, emerged from these early efforts. The Spanish, too, embraced coffee cultivation in their vast colonial empire. They introduced coffee to Central and South America. These regions, with their diverse altitudes and climates, proved to be ideal for growing high-quality coffee. Brazil, in particular, would become a giant in coffee production. The story of coffee's arrival in Brazil is often attributed to Francisco de Melo Paleta in 1727. He was sent to French Guiana to mediate a border dispute. Legend says he charmed the governor's wife, who, at a farewell dinner, presented him with a bouquet containing coffee seedlings and fertile seeds. These clandestine gifts initiated Brazil's coffee industry. The cafe concerts combined coffee with live music. This was a popular entertainment form. The garçon de café became an iconic figure. They were known for efficiency and wit. The terrace culture defined Parisian social life. Patrons sat outdoors. This offered a unique vantage point. It was for observation and interaction. The term bistro may have originated here. Russian soldiers might have demanded bistro quickly. Coffee's stimulating properties were valued. They boosted productivity. This contrasted with alcohol's intoxicating effects. Small, delicate porcelain cups became fashionable. They were used for serving coffee. Café de Flore and Les Deux Magots became iconic. They were literary and philosophical meeting places. Coffee became integral to Parisian life. It influenced art and literature. Painters and writers depicted café scenes. Coffee's journey from Ethiopian highlands to Parisian boulevards spans centuries. It traversed continents. This journey represents a profound shift. It impacted global commerce and social customs. It also influenced intellectual life. The sleepy history refers to coffee's ability to banish sleep. It made history more awake. The evolution from a wild berry to a sophisticated beverage reflects cultural exchange. The enduring legacy of coffee continues. It shapes daily rituals worldwide. The transition from eating coffee berries to brewing a drink was a significant shift. It was culinary and cultural. The French East India Company attempted cultivation. This contributed to coffee's global spread. The story of coffee continues to unfold. It is a quiet, gentle journey. The journey continues soft and silent through the quiet night. The journey continues even in your dreams. The journey continues soft and silent through the quiet night, exploring the intricate pathways coffee traversed from its ancient origins to its modern ubiquity. A narrative woven with threads of botanical wonder and human endeavor. The earliest documented practices of coffee consumption in Ethiopia involved crushing the ripe cherries, mixing them with animal fat, and forming small, energy-dense balls that nomadic Oromo tribes consumed for sustenance and stamina during long journeys, predating any notion of a brewed beverage. These early preparations highlight coffee's initial role as a functional food, a vital provision for survival in demanding environments, rather than a leisure drink. The discovery of coffee's stimulating properties likely occurred through observing animals, particularly goats, becoming unusually energetic after consuming the berries, a tale often attributed to the legendary goat herder Kaldi, whose curiosity led him to sample the vibrant red fruits himself. This anecdotal origin story, while perhaps embellished over centuries. As coffee moved north from Ethiopia into the Arabian Peninsula, particularly Yemen, its preparation evolved significantly, transforming from a raw foodstuff into a brewed concoction, a transition that marked a pivotal moment in its global history. Sufi mystics in Yemen are often credited with popularizing coffee as a beverage, finding its stimulating effects conducive to prolonged periods of prayer, meditation, and nocturnal religious ceremonies, allowing them to remain alert and focused during their spiritual devotions. The word coffee itself is believed to derive from the Arabic gahwa, originally referring to a type of wine, or perhaps from the Kaffa region of Ethiopia, indicating its geographical roots and its initial association with invigorating properties. The earliest method of brewing involved steeping the dried coffee cherries, known as kisha, in hot water, creating a light, tea-like infusion that offered a gentler stimulant than the later, more potent preparations. This kisha preparation, often spiced with ginger or cinnamon, remained a popular drink in Yemen for centuries, showcasing an alternative brewing tradition that predates the common method of roasting and grinding beans. The cultivation of coffee outside its native Ethiopia began in Yemen, specifically in the mountainous regions around the port city of Mocha, where suitable climatic conditions allowed for its successful propagation, establishing Yemen as the world's sole supplier for an extended period. Yemeni farmers meticulously guarded their coffee plants, prohibiting the export of fertile seeds and ensuring that only roasted or boiled beans, incapable of germination, left the country, thereby maintaining a strict monopoly over coffee production. This strategic control over the coffee supply contributed immensely to its rising value and mystique, making it a prized commodity throughout the Middle East and beyond, accessible primarily through the bustling trade routes originating from Mocha. The port of Mocha became synonymous with high-quality coffee, its name still evoking a rich, chocolatey flavor profile in coffee terminology, a testament to its historical importance as the primary gateway for coffee to the world. As coffee houses, known as kave-khanes, began to proliferate in cities like Mecca, Cairo, and Damascus during the 15th and 16th centuries, they quickly transformed into vibrant social and intellectual hubs, fostering discussion, poetry, and political discourse, much to the consternation of religious and political authorities. These establishments were more than mere places to drink coffee. They were centers of community life, where people gathered to exchange news, play games like chess, listen to music, and engage in lively debates, reflecting a burgeoning public sphere. The stimulating effect of coffee. The Ottoman Empire played a crucial role in coffee's expansion, introducing it to Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, in the mid-16th century, where the first coffee houses quickly became integral to urban life, reflecting the city's cosmopolitan character. The meticulous preparation of Turkish coffee, involving finely ground beans boiled directly in a small pot called a çezve and served unfiltered, developed into a distinct cultural ritual, emphasizing patience and precision in its creation and consumption. This method of preparation yields a strong, concentrated brew with a thick layer of sediment at the bottom, traditionally consumed slowly, allowing the grounds to settle, and often followed by fortune-telling based on the patterns left in the cup. The elaborate coffee ceremonies, complete with ornate cups and saucers, became a symbol of hospitality and social refinement within Ottoman society. demonstrating the deep cultural integration of coffee into daily life. The introduction of coffee to Europe is often attributed to Venetian traders in the early 17th century, who brought the exotic beverage from the Ottoman Empire, initially marketing it as a medicinal tonic due to its stimulating properties. The first European coffee house was established in Venice in 1645, marking the beginning of coffee's long and influential journey across the continent, where it would eventually displace beer and wine as the preferred morning beverage. Coffee's arrival in Europe initially faced skepticism and even condemnation from some religious figures who labeled it the devil's brew. But Pope Clement VIII, after tasting it himself, reportedly declared it so delicious that it would be a sin to let the infidels have all the pleasure, effectively baptizing coffee and paving its way into Christian society. This papal endorsement significantly eased public acceptance of coffee, allowing it to flourish without widespread religious opposition, thereby accelerating its integration into European culture. In England, coffee houses rapidly gained popularity during the 17th century, becoming known as penny universities, because for the price of a cup of coffee, patrons could engage in intellectual discourse, read newspapers, and listen to lectures, making knowledge accessible to a broader public. These English coffee houses served as crucibles for intellectual exchange, giving rise to institutions like Lloyd's of London, which began as a coffee house where merchants and shipowners gathered to conduct business and exchange information about shipping and insurance. The vibrant intellectual atmosphere of these establishments fostered the development of new ideas and facilitated public debate, contributing significantly to the Enlightenment era's emphasis on reason and open discussion. The sheer volume of coffee houses in London, numbering in the thousands by the early 18th century, reflects their profound impact on the social and political landscape of the city, serving as vital communication networks. France embraced coffee with equal enthusiasm, with the first Parisian café opening in 1672, though it was the establishment of Café Procope in 1686 that truly solidified coffee's place in French society, becoming a renowned haunt for intellectuals, writers, and revolutionaries. Café Procope, still in operation today, hosted figures like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot, serving as a birthplace for many ideas that shaped the French Enlightenment and the subsequent revolution, demonstrating coffee's role in fostering critical thought. The French developed a sophisticated approach to coffee, often serving it with milk and sugar, a practice that eventually led to the creation of iconic French coffee drinks like café au lait, showcasing a distinct culinary evolution. The elegance and intellectual fervor of Parisian cafes became legendary, influencing cafe culture worldwide and establishing coffee as an indispensable element of European urban life. The Dutch East India Company, recognizing the immense commercial potential of coffee, successfully smuggled live coffee plants out of Yemen in the late 17th century, breaking the Arab monopoly and initiating coffee cultivation in their colonies, most notably on the island of Java in present-day Indonesia. This audacious act of botanical espionage marked a turning point in coffee's global distribution, transforming it from a regionally controlled commodity into a globally traded crop, accessible to an ever-widening market. The Dutch established vast coffee plantations in Java, using forced labor to cultivate the plants, and soon became major suppliers to Europe, significantly increasing the availability and affordability of coffee. The success of Dutch coffee cultivation in Southeast Asia proved that coffee could thrive outside its native habitat, opening the door for its spread to other tropical regions around the world. From Java, a single coffee plant, a gift from the Dutch to King Louis XIV of France in 1714, found its way into the Royal Botanical Garden in Paris, becoming the progenitor of much of the coffee grown in the Americas. This remarkable plant, carefully nurtured in the Jardin des Plantes, provided the seeds for Gabriel de Clieu's legendary journey to Martinique in 1723, where he established the first coffee plantations in the New World under arduous conditions. De Clieu's heroic efforts, reportedly sharing his meager water rations with the precious coffee seedling during a perilous sea voyage, illustrate the extraordinary lengths taken to transport and establish this valuable crop in new territories. The progeny of this single Parisian plant spread rapidly throughout the Caribbean and Central and South America, giving rise to the vast coffee industries that dominate global production today, a testament to the resilience and adaptability of the Coffea arabica species. Brazil's coffee industry, which would eventually become the world's largest, began with a clandestine mission in 1727, when Lieutenant Colonel Francisco de Melo Palheta, on a diplomatic trip to French Guiana, reportedly charmed the governor's wife into gifting him coffee seeds and seedlings hidden in a bouquet of flowers. This romanticized origin story highlights the competitive and sometimes covert nature of coffee's early global expansion, as nations vied for control over this lucrative commodity. The fertile lands and favorable climate of Brazil proved ideal for coffee cultivation, leading to an explosion in production that transformed the country's economy and social structure, heavily reliant on enslaved labor for centuries. The sheer scale of Brazilian coffee production dramatically altered global supply and demand, making coffee an everyday beverage rather than a luxury item, further cementing its place in daily life worldwide. The 18th century witnessed coffee's firm establishment across the globe, evolving from a rare luxury to a widely consumed staple, a transformation driven by colonial expansion, improved cultivation techniques, and increasing demand from burgeoning urban populations. The development of new brewing methods and coffee-making equipment, from simple filters to more complex percolators, further enhanced the accessibility and enjoyment of coffee, making it easier for individuals to prepare at home. Coffee's economic impact grew exponentially, shaping international trade routes, influencing geopolitical relationships, and creating vast industries that employed millions of people across continents. The cultural significance of coffee also deepened, becoming intertwined with national identities, social rituals, and personal routines, reflecting its profound integration into the human experience. The 19th century brought significant innovations in coffee processing and distribution, including the invention of the vacuum packaging process in 1900 by R.W. Hills, which allowed roasted coffee to stay fresh for longer periods, greatly expanding its market reach. This technological advancement meant that coffee could be roasted closer to its source and then shipped globally without significant loss of flavor, making quality coffee more accessible to consumers far from coffee-producing regions. The rise of industrialization and mass production techniques also led to the development of instant coffee, first patented in 1881 by Alphonse Allais and later commercialized by George Washington in 1906, offering convenience and speed for busy consumers. Instant coffee, despite its initial reputation for lower quality, revolutionized coffee consumption, particularly during wartime and in situations where traditional brewing was impractical, further solidifying coffee's omnipresence. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the emergence of large coffee corporations, such as Maxwell House and Folgers in the United States, which utilized aggressive marketing and branding strategies to establish household names and dominate the burgeoning mass market for coffee. These companies standardized coffee blends and packaging, making coffee a consistent and predictable product available in nearly every grocery store, thereby integrating it deeply into the fabric of American daily life. The iconic phrase, "good to the last drop," coined the Maxwell House coffee in 1907, became a testament to the brand's perceived quality and the widespread appeal of coffee as a comforting and satisfying beverage. Advertising campaigns played a crucial role in shaping consumer preferences and perceptions of coffee, associating it with warmth, hospitality, and morning rituals, reinforcing its cultural importance. The mid-20th century introduced the espresso machine, perfected in Italy, which revolutionized coffee preparation by forcing hot, pressurized water through finely ground coffee, creating a concentrated shot with a rich crema, fundamentally changing coffee culture. Achille Gaggia's 1947 invention of the lever piston espresso machine marked a pivotal moment, allowing for the creation of espresso with its characteristic thick, reddish-brown foam, which became the foundation for a myriad of new coffee beverages. Espresso machines facilitated the rise of specialized coffee bars and cafes, particularly in Italy, where coffee consumption became a rapid, standing affair, a stark contrast to the leisurely pace of traditional coffee houses. The development of espresso laid the groundwork for the modern specialty coffee movement, emphasizing bean quality and innovation. Today, coffee remains one of the most widely consumed beverages globally, with an estimated 2.25 billion cups consumed daily, continuing to drive significant economic activity and cultural exchange across diverse societies. The ongoing evolution of coffee culture includes innovations like nitrogen-infused cold brew, cascara tea made from the coffee cherry pulp, and advanced home brewing equipment, demonstrating coffee's enduring capacity for reinvention and adaptation. Scientific research continues to uncover new health benefits associated with coffee consumption, from reducing the risk of certain diseases to enhancing cognitive function, further solidifying its place as a beneficial component of a balanced lifestyle. The story of coffee, from a wild berry in ancient Ethiopia to a complex global commodity, is a testament to human ingenuity, cultural adaptation, and the enduring allure of a simple yet profound beverage. The journey continues, even in your dreams, where the aroma of distant coffee plantations mingles with the quiet hum of history, a gentle reminder of the continuous unfolding of this remarkable tale. The journey continues, even in your dreams, where the aroma of distant coffee plantations mingles with the quiet hum of history, a gentle reminder of the continuous unfolding of this remarkable tale. As the narrative unfolds, we journey beyond the initial discovery and early cultivation in Ethiopia, tracing coffee's remarkable expansion across the Arabian Peninsula, where it first truly began to transform from a regional curiosity into a globally significant commodity, profoundly influencing social structures and daily rituals. The Sufi mystics of Yemen are often credited with being among the earliest and most enthusiastic adopters of coffee, utilizing its stimulating properties to aid in their prolonged nocturnal devotions and spiritual practices, finding that the dark brew helped them maintain wakefulness during their arduous prayers and meditations. These devout individuals, seeking to enhance their spiritual connection and endure long hours of contemplation, discovered that the invigorating drink allowed them to transcend the natural fatigue of the body, fostering a deeper engagement with their religious exercises. The port city of Mocha, nestled on the Red Sea coast of Yemen, became the epicenter of this burgeoning coffee trade, serving as the primary conduit through which coffee beans, meticulously cultivated and processed, were exported to the wider world, establishing itself as a name synonymous with high-quality coffee for centuries. From Mocha, the precious beans embarked on voyages across the Red Sea to Mecca and Medina, then further north to Cairo and Damascus, and eventually reaching the bustling markets of Constantinople. The Ottoman Empire, with its vast territories and sophisticated urban centers, played a pivotal role in popularizing coffee, integrating it deeply into its cultural practices and daily routines, transforming it from a niche drink into a widespread phenomenon enjoyed by sultans and commoners alike. Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, during his long and influential reign, is said to have been introduced to coffee around 1555 by his Grand Vizier Özdemir Pasha, who had encountered the drink during his campaigns in Yemen, bringing it to the imperial court where it quickly gained favor. The preparation of coffee within the Ottoman court became an elaborate ritual involving specialized servants known as kahveci, who were meticulously trained in the art of roasting, grinding, and brewing the perfect cup, using long-handled copper pots called sezves over open flames. This meticulous attention to detail ensured a consistently rich and aromatic brew, elevating the act of coffee consumption to an art form and a symbol of hospitality and refinement. The method of preparing Turkish coffee, characterized by its fine grind and unfiltered presentation, where the grounds settle at the bottom of the cup, represents one of the oldest and most enduring brewing traditions, offering a robust and intense sensory experience. This distinctive preparation method, which involves boiling finely ground coffee with water and often sugar in a sezbe, creates a frothy top layer and a rich, sediment-laden liquid, providing a unique texture and flavor profile that distinguishes it from other coffee preparations. The act of reading fortunes from the patterns left by the coffee grounds in the cup, known as tasseography, became a popular pastime in Ottoman society, adding a mystical and social dimension to the coffee drinking ritual, further embedding it into daily life. As coffee's popularity surged, its cultivation remained largely confined to the Arabian Peninsula, specifically Yemen, where strict control over its propagation was maintained, with merchants boiling or parching beans before export to prevent their germination and preserve the monopoly. This deliberate strategy aimed to safeguard the lucrative coffee trade, ensuring that the source of this valuable commodity remained exclusive to the region, thereby maintaining high prices and control over global supply. However, the allure of coffee proved too strong for such measures to hold indefinitely, and eventually, fertile coffee seeds managed to escape the tight grip of Yemeni control, embarking on journeys that would forever alter the global distribution of coffee cultivation. One of the most significant breaches of this monopoly occurred in the early 17th century when Baba Budan, a revered Sufi saint from India. The Dutch, with their formidable maritime power and extensive trading networks, played a crucial role in coffee's global dissemination, becoming instrumental in breaking the Arab monopoly and establishing coffee plantations in their colonial territories across Asia. In the late 17th century, the Dutch East India Company, recognizing the immense economic potential of coffee, successfully obtained viable coffee seedlings from Yemen, initially transporting them to their botanical gardens in Amsterdam for careful study and propagation. From these carefully nurtured plants, the Dutch then introduced coffee cultivation to the island of Java in present-day Indonesia around 1699, where the tropical climate and rich volcanic soils proved exceptionally conducive to its growth, leading to the establishment of vast and productive plantations. The success of coffee cultivation in Java was monumental, transforming the island into a major global supplier and solidifying the Dutch East India Company's position as a dominant force in the international coffee trade, with Java becoming a widely recognized synonym for coffee itself. The Dutch then expanded their coffee cultivation efforts to other islands in the Indonesian archipelago, including Sumatra and Sulawesi, further diversifying their production and strengthening their hold on the burgeoning coffee market. The meticulous organizational skills and agricultural expertise of the Dutch allowed them to optimize coffee production, implementing systematic farming practices that maximized yields and ensured consistent quality, thereby meeting the rapidly increasing demand in Europe. As coffee's popularity surged across Europe in the 17th century, it encountered both fervent enthusiasm and fierce opposition, often becoming entangled in political, religious, and social debates, reflecting its profound impact on daily life and established norms. In Venice, the first European coffee house opened in 1683, following the city's long-standing commercial ties with the Ottoman Empire, quickly becoming a fashionable gathering place where merchants, intellectuals, and artists congregated to discuss business, exchange ideas, and enjoy the stimulating beverage. The introduction of coffee to Europe was initially met with suspicion by some religious authorities, who viewed it as a Muslim drink or even Satan's brew, prompting calls for its prohibition, fearing its potential to incite rebellious thoughts or disrupt traditional social order. Pope Clement VIII, however, after tasting the dark aromatic liquid himself, famously declared it so delicious that it would be a pity to let the infidels have exclusive use of it, reportedly baptizing the beverage and thereby giving it papal approval, effectively silencing. In England, Coffee houses, often dubbed penny universities because a penny bought a cup of coffee and admission to lively discussions, proliferated rapidly in London during the late 17th and early 18th centuries, becoming crucial institutions for the exchange of news, ideas, and scientific discoveries. These establishments were instrumental in the formation of various intellectual and professional communities, with specific coffee houses becoming known as meeting places for particular professions, such as writers, merchants, or scientists. Lloyd's Coffee House, for instance, evolved into the renowned Lloyd's of London insurance market, demonstrating how these social spaces could incubate and facilitate the development of major commercial institutions. The introduction of coffee to France is largely attributed to the Turkish ambassador, Süleyman Aga, who presented coffee to King Louis XIV at his court in Versailles in 1669, dazzling the French aristocracy with the exotic beverage and its elaborate serving rituals. However, it was the Armenian merchant Pascal who opened the first public coffee house in Paris in 1672, though it struggled to gain widespread popularity initially, as the Parisians were still largely accustomed to wine and other alcoholic beverages. It was Francesco Procopio dei Coltelli, an Italian immigrant, who truly established the enduring Parisian coffeehouse culture with the opening of Café Procope in 1686, which quickly became a celebrated haunt for literary figures, philosophers, and revolutionaries. Café Procopio, with its elegant decor and sophisticated clientele, became a legendary meeting place for luminaries such as Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, and Benjamin Franklin, serving as a crucible for the intellectual ferment that characterized the Enlightenment and the lead-up to the French Revolution. The atmosphere in these Parisian cafes fostered lively debates and the free exchange of radical ideas, contributing significantly to the intellectual and political landscape of the era, making them far more than just places to drink coffee. The concept of the café philosopher or café intellectual emerged from these establishments, symbolizing the profound connection between coffee consumption and intellectual discourse in French society. The 18th century witnessed coffee's dramatic expansion into the Americas, a development largely spearheaded by European colonial powers eager to establish lucrative plantations in their New World territories, recognizing the immense profits to be gained from this increasingly popular commodity. The story of coffee's arrival in the Americas is often associated with Gabriel de Clue, a French naval officer, who in 1723, from Martinique, coffee cultivation spread rapidly throughout the Caribbean islands, including Haiti, Guadeloupe, and Cuba, where the climate and soil conditions proved highly favorable for the Coffea arabica species, leading to the establishment of extensive plantations. The expansion of coffee cultivation in the Americas, however, was inextricably linked to the tragic institution of slavery, as enslaved Africans were forcibly brought to these colonies to provide the labor-intensive workforce required for planting, harvesting, and processing the coffee beans. The immense wealth generated by the coffee trade in the colonial era was built upon the exploitation and suffering of millions of enslaved people, a dark chapter in coffee's history that underscores the complex ethical dimensions of its global journey. Brazil, with its vast landmass and diverse microclimates, emerged as the undisputed global leader in coffee production during the 19th century, a position it has largely maintained to this day, profoundly shaping the international coffee market and economy. The introduction of coffee to Brazil is often attributed to Francisco de Melo Paleta, who, in 1727, allegedly smuggled coffee seeds from French Guiana into the state of Pará, though the legend involves a romantic entanglement with the governor's wife to secure the precious seeds. Regardless of the exact circumstances, coffee cultivation slowly but steadily took root in Brazil, initially in the northern regions and then migrating southwards to the fertile lands of São Paulo and Minas Gerais, which became the heartland of Brazilian coffee production. The sheer scale of Brazilian coffee production, driven by massive plantations and an abundant workforce, allowed it to dominate global supply, leading to significant price fluctuations and influencing international trade policies throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries. The development of sophisticated infrastructure, including railways and port facilities, was largely driven by the demands of the coffee industry, facilitating the efficient transport of millions of bags of coffee from the interior to coastal export hubs. The cultural landscape of Brazil was also deeply influenced by coffee, with the coffee barons becoming powerful economic and political figures, and the coffee cycle shaping migration patterns, land use, and social stratification. The Industrial Revolution in the 19th century brought about significant advancements in coffee processing and consumption, transforming it from a largely artisanal product into a mass-produced commodity accessible to a wider population. The invention of more efficient roasting machines, powered by steam or gas, allowed for larger batches of coffee to be roasted more consistently, replacing the labor-intensive hand-roasting methods that had prevailed for centuries. Grinding technology also improved, with the introduction of mechanical grinders that could process large quantities of beans quickly and uniformly, making freshly ground coffee more readily available to consumers and businesses. The emergence of commercial coffee brands and packaging innovations, such as vacuum-sealed tins, helped to preserve coffee's freshness and aroma for longer periods, facilitating its distribution to distant markets and contributing to its mass appeal. These technological and commercial developments made coffee more convenient to purchase and prepare at home, shifting some consumption away from public coffee houses and into private households, further cementing its role as a staple beverage. The late 19th and early 20th centuries also saw the invention of instant coffee, a revolutionary product that offered unparalleled convenience, particularly appealing to soldiers during wartime and busy consumers seeking quick preparation. The development of espresso in Italy marked a pivotal moment in coffee history, introducing a new method of brewing that emphasized speed, intensity, and a rich, concentrated flavor profile, fundamentally altering coffee culture around the world. Angelo Moriondo of Turin is credited with patenting the first steam-powered, instantaneous coffee machine in 1884, designed to brew coffee quickly for his customers at the General Italian Exhibition, though it was not a commercial success. It was Luigi Bezzera and Desiderio Pavoni who further refined and commercialized the espresso machine in the early 20th century, creating machines that forced hot water under pressure through finely ground coffee, producing a small, potent shot with a distinctive crema. The word espresso itself, derived from the Italian for expressed or pressed out, perfectly encapsulates the rapid and forceful brewing method that defines this iconic coffee preparation, delivering a concentrated burst of flavor and caffeine. Espresso machines quickly became fixtures in Italian cafes, providing a faster and more efficient way to serve coffee, catering to the bustling urban lifestyle and the growing demand for quick, high-quality beverages. The development of various espresso-based drinks, such as cappuccinos, lattes, and macchiatos, further diversified the coffee menu and popularized espresso beyond Italy, transforming it into a global phenomenon. The mid-20th century witnessed the rise of the third wave coffee movement, a significant shift in coffee culture that emphasized quality, traceability, and appreciation for coffee's nuanced flavors, treating it with the same reverence as fine wine or craft beer. This movement focused on elevating coffee from a mere commodity to an artisanal product, encouraging consumers to appreciate the unique characteristics imparted by different origins, processing methods, and roasting profiles. Third-wave coffee roasters prioritize direct trade relationships with coffee farmers, ensuring fair compensation and promoting sustainable agricultural practices, thereby fostering a more ethical and transparent supply chain. Specialty coffee shops, characterized by their minimalist aesthetics, meticulous brewing methods, and knowledgeable baristas, became the physical embodiment of the third wave movement, offering carefully curated selections of single-origin coffees and expertly prepared espresso beverages. These establishments often feature pour-over brewing, AeroPress, or siphon coffee, allowing customers to experience the distinct flavor notes of different beans, from bright citrus to rich chocolate, depending on their origin and processing. The study of water chemistry and its impact on coffee extraction has also gained prominence, with baristas and enthusiasts experimenting with different water mineral compositions to achieve the perfect balance of acidity, sweetness, and body in their brewed coffee. Furthermore, the understanding of coffee's health benefits has deepened, with ongoing research exploring its potential role in reducing the risk of certain chronic diseases, including type 2 diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and some forms of cancer, adding another layer to its enduring appeal. The complex interplay of hundreds of aromatic compounds in coffee contributes to its rich and diverse flavor profile, making it one of the most chemically intricate beverages consumed globally, a subject of continuous scientific fascination. Today, coffee remains one of the most widely consumed beverages in the world, a global economic powerhouse supporting millions of livelihoods, and a deeply ingrained cultural ritual that transcends geographical and social boundaries. From the bustling streets of Ho Chi Minh City, where strong Vietnamese iced coffee is a daily staple, to the quiet Scandinavian cafes known for their light roasts and fika traditions, coffee continues to adapt and thrive in diverse cultural contexts. The global coffee trade involves a complex network of farmers, processors, exporters, importers, roasters, and retailers, all contributing to the journey of the bean from farm to cup, a testament to its enduring economic significance. As you drift deeper into the comforting narrative, envision the vast coffee landscapes of Central and South America, where millions of smallholder farmers meticulously cultivate coffee on steep mountain slopes, often using traditional methods passed down through generations. Imagine the vibrant markets of Addis Ababa, where the air is thick with the scent of freshly roasted beans, and the intricate Ethiopian coffee ceremony, a ritual of hospitality and community, unfolds with grace and precision. Consider the bustling coffee exchanges in London and New York, where futures contracts are traded and global coffee prices are determined, reflecting the intricate dance of supply, demand, and geopolitical factors. The story of coffee is a continuous tapestry woven with threads of innovation, exploration, cultural exchange, and human endeavor, a testament to the remarkable journey of a humble seed that captivated the world. Each cup of coffee consumed today carries with it centuries of history, countless stories of individuals, and the collective human ingenuity that transformed a wild berry into a cherished global phenomenon, a comforting presence in daily life. This rich history, steeped in tradition and constantly evolving, offers an endless source of fascination, a gentle reminder of the profound impact a single plant can have on the world, continuing to unfold even as you rest. The journey of coffee, from its fabled Ethiopian origins to its ubiquitous presence across continents, truly embodies a narrative of human exploration, cultural exchange, and persistent innovation, extending far beyond its initial discovery in the ancient highlands. Following its initial cultivation and consumption in Ethiopia, coffee beans found their way across the Red Sea into Yemen, specifically to the port city of Merka, which would become synonymous with the beverage for centuries, acting as the primary conduit through which coffee would disseminate to the wider Islamic world and eventually to Europe. In Yemen, Sufi mystics and scholars embraced coffee as a powerful aid to their spiritual practices, discovering that the stimulating properties of the brewed drink allowed them to remain awake and alert during long hours of prayer and contemplation, fostering a deeper connection to their faith. These early Yemeni coffee houses, known as kahvehane, emerged not merely as places to consume the stimulating beverage, but as vibrant intellectual and social hubs where poetry was recited, stories were shared, and theological debates unfolded, establishing a precedent for coffee's role as a catalyst for community and discourse. The cultivation of coffee in Yemen was meticulously guarded, with strict prohibitions against exporting fertile seeds, as the Yemenis understood the immense value and strategic importance of their monopoly on this highly sought-after commodity, ensuring that only roasted or boiled beans, incapable of germination, left their shores. This deliberate control over the coffee supply chain fostered a lucrative trade route across the Arabian Peninsula, with caravans carrying precious sacks of coffee beans from the Yemeni highlands to major commercial centers like Mecca, Medina, and Cairo, where its popularity continued to soar among pilgrims and merchants alike. The meticulous preparation of coffee in these early centers involved roasting the beans over open fires, often in shallow pans, then grinding them into a fine powder using mortars and pestles, before brewing the dark, aromatic mixture in distinctive long-handled pots known as sezves or ibrik, often sweetened with honey or spices. As the Ottoman Empire expanded its vast dominion across North Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Eastern Europe, it inevitably encountered and enthusiastically adopted coffee, integrating it deeply into the fabric of its society and culture, transforming it from a regional specialty into an imperial staple. The first recorded coffee house in Istanbul, the Ottoman capital, is believed to have opened in the mid-16th century, establishing a new social institution that quickly proliferated throughout the city, becoming essential gathering places for men of all social strata. Or kahvehane were elaborately decorated spaces, often featuring intricate tilework, plush cushions, and soft lighting, providing a welcoming atmosphere for patrons to engage in conversation, play board games like backgammon, listen to storytellers, and enjoy musical performances, all while sipping their strong, dark coffee. The meticulous preparation of Turkish coffee, a method still revered today, involves finely ground beans simmered directly in water within a sezve until a rich foam forms on top, then poured unstrained into small cups, allowing the grounds to settle at the bottom, offering a unique textural and aromatic experience. The burgeoning popularity of coffee within the Ottoman Empire eventually led to its introduction to Europe, though not without initial skepticism and even outright opposition from some religious and political factions who viewed it as a potentially subversive foreign influence. Venetian merchants, renowned for their extensive trade networks with the East, are often credited with bringing the first coffee beans to Italy in the early 17th century, initially marketing it as a medicinal tonic and exotic curiosity rather than a common beverage. The first European coffee house is widely believed to have opened in Venice in 1647, serving as a precursor to the countless establishments that would soon dot the urban landscapes of major European cities, mirroring the social function of their Ottoman counterparts. In England, coffee made its debut in the mid-17th century, with the first coffee house opening in Oxford in 1650, followed shortly by establishments in London, which rapidly transformed the city's social and intellectual landscape. These English coffee houses, often referred to as penny universities because a penny bought admission and a cup of coffee, became vital centers for intellectual discourse, political debate, and commercial transactions, attracting a diverse clientele of merchants, scholars, writers, and politicians. Notable figures like Samuel Pepys, the famous diarist, frequently chronicled his visits to these bustling establishments, detailing the lively conversations and the latest news exchanged over cups of the dark, stimulating brew, highlighting their central role in the public sphere. Lloyd's of London, the renowned insurance market, famously originated in Edward Lloyd's coffee house in the late 17th century, where shipowners, merchants, and underwriters gathered to exchange information and conduct business, demonstrating coffee's profound impact on the development of modern commerce. The French, always keen observers of cultural trends, embraced coffee with characteristic enthusiasm, with the first Parisian coffee house, Café Procope, opening its doors in 1686, quickly becoming a legendary institution that attracted luminaries of the Enlightenment. Figures such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot were regular patrons of Café Procope and other Parisian coffee houses, using these vibrant spaces as informal salons where they could freely exchange ideas, critique society, and lay the intellectual groundwork for revolutionary thought, solidifying coffee's association with intellectual ferment and progressive ideals. The French developed their own distinct coffee culture, favoring lighter roasts and often adding milk or cream to their coffee, leading to the popularization of beverages like café au lait, a practice that would influence coffee consumption globally. The elegant porcelain cups and saucers, often adorned with delicate patterns, used in these Parisian establishments, reflected the growing refinement and artistry associated with coffee consumption in Europe, elevating the act of drinking coffee into a sophisticated ritual. Meanwhile, the Dutch, with their formidable maritime power and extensive colonial empire, played a pivotal role in breaking the Yemeni monopoly on coffee cultivation, successfully smuggling fertile coffee plants out of Mocha in the late 17th century. These precious plants were initially cultivated in the Dutch botanical gardens in Amsterdam, where meticulous horticulturalists studied and propagated them, recognizing their immense economic potential for their vast colonial territories. From Amsterdam, coffee seedlings were transported to the Dutch East Indies, specifically to the island of Java, where the rich volcanic soil and tropical climate proved ideal for large-scale cultivation, establishing the first major coffee plantations outside of Arabia and Africa. The success of coffee cultivation in Java led to the term Java becoming a colloquial synonym for coffee itself, a testament to the island's significant contribution to the global coffee supply and its role in democratizing access to the once exclusive beverage. The French, not to be outdone, also sought to establish their own coffee plantations in their colonial possessions, famously introducing coffee to the Caribbean island of Martinique in the early 18th century through the heroic efforts of Gabriel Declue. Declue, a young naval officer, is said to have endured incredible hardships during his voyage across the Atlantic, sharing his meager water rations with the fragile coffee seedling he was transporting, ultimately ensuring its survival and successful transplantation. From Martinique, coffee cultivation spread rapidly throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, with seeds and plants distributed to French Guiana, Haiti, and eventually to Brazil, which would become the world's largest coffee producer by the 19th century, profoundly reshaping global agricultural landscapes and economies. The expansion of coffee cultivation into the Americas, while economically transformative, was tragically intertwined with the brutal institution of slavery, as millions of enslaved Africans were forcibly brought to the New World to labor on vast coffee and sugar plantations under horrific conditions. The immense profits generated by the burgeoning coffee trade in the 18th and 19th centuries were largely built upon the exploitation of enslaved people, a dark chapter in coffee's history that underscores the ethical complexities inherent in the global commodity chains of the past and present. The rise of coffee as a global commodity also fueled intense geopolitical rivalries, with European powers vying for control over lucrative coffee-producing territories and trade routes, further entrenching colonial systems and shaping international relations. By the 18th century, coffee had firmly established itself as a staple beverage across Europe and its colonies, transcending its initial exotic appeal to become an integral part of daily life, influencing social customs, economic structures, and even political movements. The sheer volume of coffee being consumed necessitated innovations in brewing technology and distribution, leading to the development of more efficient roasting techniques and the emergence of specialized coffee merchants who handled the complex logistics of importing and distributing the precious beans. The introduction of the percolator in the early 19th century, followed by various forms of drip brewers and espresso machines, revolutionized home and commercial coffee preparation, making the process more accessible and consistent for a wider audience. The 19th century witnessed an explosion in coffee consumption, particularly in the United States, where it became the preferred morning beverage, replacing tea in many households, partly due to lingering anti-British sentiment after the American Revolution and the Boston Tea Party. American coffee culture developed its own distinct characteristics, often favoring larger cups and a less formal approach to consumption compared to its European counterparts, reflecting the country's burgeoning industrialization and fast-paced lifestyle. The invention of vacuum-sealed packaging in the late 19th and early 20th centuries by companies like Hillsborough and Maxwell House significantly extended coffee's shelf life, allowing for wider distribution and making fresh coffee more accessible to consumers in remote areas, further cementing its place in the American diet. The Industrial Revolution also brought about significant changes in coffee processing, with large-scale roasting plants and grinding facilities emerging to meet the ever-increasing demand, transforming coffee from a small-batch artisan product into a mass-produced commodity. This era saw the rise of iconic coffee brands that would become household names, employing sophisticated marketing and advertising campaigns to cultivate brand loyalty and expand their market share across continents. The concept of coffee breaks emerged in the early 20th century, particularly in industrial settings, recognizing the value of short pauses for workers to refresh themselves with coffee, boosting productivity and fostering camaraderie, further integrating coffee into the rhythms of modern work life. The early 20th century also marked the beginning of scientific research into coffee cultivation and processing, with agricultural institutions and private companies investing in studies to improve coffee yields, enhance bean quality, and develop disease-resistant varieties. This scientific approach led to advancements in understanding coffee plant genetics, soil requirements, and optimal harvesting methods, contributing to the sustainability and efficiency of the global coffee industry. The establishment of international coffee organizations and agreements aimed to stabilize coffee prices, regulate trade, and promote fair practices within the industry, though these efforts often faced challenges due to market volatility and geopolitical complexities. The mid-20th century saw the introduction of instant coffee, a revolutionary product that offered unparalleled convenience and portability, making coffee accessible in situations where traditional brewing methods were impractical, such as during wartime or in outdoor settings. While initially viewed with some skepticism by purists, the latter half of the 20th century witnessed the rise of the third wave coffee movement, a significant shift in coffee culture that emphasized quality, traceability, and ethical sourcing, moving beyond the mass-produced commodity model. This movement brought a renewed focus on single-origin beans, meticulous roasting profiles, and artisanal brewing methods, akin to the appreciation of fine wine. encouraging consumers to explore the diverse flavor nuances inherent in different coffee varieties and regions. Specialty coffee shops emerged as temples of this new coffee philosophy, offering expertly prepared espresso-based drinks, pour-overs, and other handcrafted beverages, transforming the act of drinking coffee into a sensory experience and a form of connoisseurship. The global spread of coffee cultivation continued into the 21st century, with new producing regions emerging in places like Vietnam, which rapidly became a major exporter, particularly of Robusta beans, adding further diversity to the global coffee supply chain. Environmental concerns also gained prominence, leading to increased efforts towards sustainable coffee farming practices, including shade-grown coffee, organic certification, and fair trade initiatives, aiming to protect biodiversity, support farmer livelihoods, and mitigate the ecological footprint of coffee production. These initiatives reflect a growing awareness among consumers and producers alike of the interconnectedness between coffee, the environment, and social justice, advocating for a more responsible and equitable coffee industry. The ongoing evolution of coffee consumption includes the proliferation of innovative brewing devices, from sophisticated home espresso machines to automated pour-over systems and cold brew makers, catering to a wide array of preferences and lifestyles. The integration of technology into coffee preparation, such as smart grinders and app-controlled brewers, further enhances the user experience, allowing for greater precision and customization in the pursuit of the perfect cup. Coffee continues to inspire culinary creativity, finding its way into a myriad of food products, from desserts and confections to savory dishes and alcoholic beverages, showcasing its versatility as an ingredient beyond a simple drink. The cultural significance of coffee remains profound and multifaceted, serving as a universal symbol of hospitality, a catalyst for social interaction, and a comforting ritual that punctuates the daily lives of billions across the globe. From the bustling marketplaces of Marrakesh to the serene tea rooms of Tokyo and the vibrant cafes of Rome, coffee continues to foster connections, stimulate conversations, and provide moments of quiet contemplation, demonstrating its enduring power to shape human experience. The intricate dance between tradition and innovation, local customs and global trends, ensures that the story of coffee is one of continuous unfolding, a narrative as rich and complex as the beverage itself, inviting endless exploration and appreciation. This remarkable journey, from a wild berry on an Ethiopian hillside to a sophisticated global industry, underscores coffee's unparalleled ability to adapt, evolve, and profoundly influence the course of human history, a constant, comforting presence in a world that forever changes, continuing to unfold even as you rest. The remarkable journey of coffee, having traversed continents and centuries, now beckons us to delve deeper into its intricate tapestry, exploring the scientific marvels within each bean and the cultural rituals that have blossomed around its consumption, revealing how this humble plant has not only stimulated minds, but also shaped societies, economies, and even the very landscape of human interaction. As the world embraced coffee with increasing fervor, the demand for its cultivation spurred innovations in agricultural practices, transforming vast tracts of land into meticulously managed coffee plantations, particularly in regions with ideal climates like the fertile highlands of South America and the sun-drenched slopes of Southeast Asia. The careful selection of coffee varietals, a practice that gained prominence as growers sought to optimize yield and flavor profiles, led to the widespread propagation of Coffea arabica and Coffea robusta, the two dominant species that collectively account for the vast majority of global coffee production, each possessing distinct characteristics that appeal to different palates and brewing methods. Coffea arabica, renowned for its delicate aroma, complex acidity, and nuanced flavors, often described as floral, fruity, or chocolatey, thrives in higher altitudes with consistent rainfall and moderate temperatures, making regions like Ethiopia, Colombia, and Central America prime locations for its cultivation, where the slower maturation process allows for the development of a richer array of aromatic compounds. In contrast, Coffea robusta, characterized by its bolder, more intense flavor profile and higher caffeine content, exhibits greater resilience to harsh growing conditions and diseases, flourishing in warmer climates and lower elevations, predominantly in countries such as Vietnam, Brazil, and Indonesia, where its robust nature makes it a more cost-effective and versatile crop, frequently used in espresso blends to create a richer crema and a more pronounced body. The intricate genetic makeup of these coffee plants, a subject of ongoing scientific research, determines not only their resistance to pests and diseases, but also the specific chemical precursors that will ultimately contribute to the beverage's distinctive taste and aroma, a fascinating interplay of botany and biochemistry that begins long before the beans are even harvested. The journey from a ripe coffee cherry to a fragrant cup involves a series of meticulously controlled processing steps, each profoundly influencing the final flavor, beginning with the crucial stage of harvesting, which can be accomplished through either selective hand-picking, ensuring only perfectly ripe cherries are gathered, or strip picking, a more mechanized approach that collects all cherries from a branch simultaneously. A third, increasingly popular method, known as the honey process, or pulped natural, combines elements of both wet and dry processing, where the skin and some pulp are removed, but a varying amount of the sticky mucilage, or honey, is left on the bean during the drying phase, allowing for a controlled fermentation that imparts a unique sweetness, body, and often a balanced acidity, offering a spectrum of flavor profiles depending on the amount of mucilage retained. After drying, regardless of the method used, the coffee beans, still encased in their parchment layer, endocarp, in the case of washed coffee, or within the dried cherry and parchment for natural coffee, are then hulled to remove these protective layers, revealing the green coffee bean, which is then meticulously sorted by size, density, and color to ensure consistency and quality before being bagged and prepared for export. This green coffee, remarkably stable and capable of retaining its quality for extended periods when stored properly, represents the raw material that will embark on its final transformation through the art and science of roasting, a process that unlocks the complex flavors and aromas dormant within each bean. Roasting is an intricate chemical dance, a high-temperature transformation that involves hundreds of reactions, primarily Maillard reactions and caramelization, which are responsible for developing coffee's characteristic color, aroma, and flavor, converting the dense, grassy-smelling green bean into the fragile, aromatic brown bean we recognize, a process requiring immense skill and precision to achieve the desired profile without scorching or underdeveloping the coffee. During roasting, the internal temperature of the bean rises rapidly, causing moisture to evaporate and the bean to expand and crack, often audibly, in what is known as the first crack, signaling the onset of significant chemical changes and the development of acidity, followed by further expansion and a second crack at higher temperatures, which indicates a darker roast and the breakdown of more complex acids into simpler, often bitter compounds. The roaster's expertise lies in controlling the time and temperature curve, manipulating variables such as airflow and heat application to highlight specific characteristics of the bean, whether aiming for a light roast that preserves the coffee's original aromatic nuances and bright acidity, a medium roast that offers a balanced profile with a fuller body and sweeter notes, or a dark roast that emphasizes smoky, bittersweet flavors and a heavier mouthfeel. The science of flavor development continues even after roasting, as the roasted beans undergo a crucial degassing period, releasing carbon dioxide and other volatile compounds, a process that typically lasts for several days and significantly impacts the optimal brewing window, as freshly roasted coffee can often taste harsh or underdeveloped until these gases have dissipated. Grinding, the next critical step, dictates the surface area exposed to water during brewing, and thus profoundly influences extraction efficiency and the final taste, requiring a precise grind size tailored to the chosen brewing method, from a coarse grind for French press to a very fine grind for espresso, ensuring that the water can extract the desirable soluble compounds without over-extracting bitter elements or under-extracting the full spectrum of flavors. The brewing process itself, a seemingly simple act of combining ground coffee with hot water, is a complex interplay of temperature, turbulence, contact time, and water quality, each factor contributing significantly to the final cup, with optimal brewing temperatures typically ranging between 195 degrees Fahrenheit and 205 degrees Fahrenheit, that is 90 degrees Celsius and 96 degrees Celsius, to facilitate efficient extraction without scalding the grounds. Different brewing methods, each with its own historical lineage and cultural significance, offer distinct sensory experiences, from the immersive full-bodied richness of a French press, where coarse grounds steep directly in hot water before being separated by a plunger, to the clean, bright clarity of a pour-over, which meticulously filters water through a bed of finely ground coffee, highlighting delicate aromatics and complex acidity. The iconic espresso, a cornerstone of Italian coffee culture, is produced by forcing hot pressurized water through a compact puck of finely ground coffee, yielding a concentrated shot topped with a reddish-brown crema, a complex emulsion of oils, sugars, and gases that serves as a hallmark of proper extraction and contributes significantly to the drink's texture and aroma. Beyond these popular methods, a plethora of traditional and innovative brewing techniques exist worldwide, including the Turkish coffee method, where finely ground coffee is boiled directly with water and sugar in a small pot called a sezve, resulting in a thick, unfiltered beverage with a strong, intense flavor and a layer of fine sediment at the bottom, a ritual steeped in centuries of Middle Eastern hospitality. The cold brew method, which has surged in popularity in recent years, involves steeping coarse ground coffee in cold or room temperature water for an extended period, typically 12 to 24 hours, resulting in a concentrate with significantly lower acidity and bitterness compared to hot brewed coffee, offering a smoother, naturally sweeter flavor profile that is often enjoyed diluted or over ice. Each brewing apparatus, whether a sleek espresso machine, a simple drip coffee maker, or an elegant siphon brewer, represents a culmination of engineering and design, meticulously crafted to optimize the extraction process and deliver a consistent, high-quality beverage, reflecting humanity's enduring quest to perfect the art of coffee preparation. The very water used for brewing plays a crucial role, as its mineral content and pH can significantly impact the extraction of flavors, with filtered water often preferred to avoid off-notes from chlorine or excessive mineral deposits, underscoring the holistic nature of coffee preparation, where every detail contributes to the ultimate sensory experience. Beyond the scientific and technical aspects, coffee has profoundly shaped cultural landscapes, particularly in Europe, where the first coffee houses emerged as vibrant intellectual and social hubs, transforming public discourse and fostering revolutionary ideas. In 17th century England, coffee houses, often referred to as penny universities because a penny bought admission and a cup of coffee, became democratic spaces where men of all social strata could gather to discuss politics, philosophy, literature, and commerce, exchanging news and ideas in an environment that transcended traditional class distinctions. These establishments played a pivotal role in the development of journalism and finance, with many newspapers and insurance companies, including Lloyd's of London, tracing their origins back to discussions held within these bustling coffee houses, demonstrating coffee's power to catalyze intellectual and economic innovation. The stimulating effects of caffeine, which enhanced alertness and focus, undoubtedly contributed to the lively debates and productive collaborations that characterized these early coffee houses, providing an alternative to the widespread consumption of alcohol and fostering a more sober, intellectual atmosphere. Across the Channel, Parisian cafes evolved into iconic institutions, becoming synonymous with artistic and literary movements, serving as meeting places for luminaries like Voltaire, Rousseau, and later the Impressionist painters and existentialist philosophers who found inspiration and camaraderie amidst the clinking of cups and the murmur of conversation. The Café Procope, established in 1686, stands as a testament to this enduring legacy, having hosted countless historical figures and remaining a vibrant cultural landmark to this day, its ornate interiors echoing with the ghosts of revolutionary ideas and creators' breakthroughs. These Parisian establishments, with their distinct ambience and sophisticated offerings, cultivated a unique cafe culture that emphasized leisurely contemplation, spirited debate, and the art of observation, profoundly influencing European urban life and intellectual traditions. The ritual of sitting for hours over a single cup of coffee, engaging in deep conversation or quiet reflection, became an integral part of the European experience, fostering a sense of community and intellectual freedom that was previously uncommon in public spaces. The Ottoman Empire, where coffee first gained widespread acceptance before its journey to Europe, developed its own rich and elaborate coffee culture, characterized by intricate preparation rituals and a profound sense of hospitality, where the serving of coffee was often accompanied by elaborate ceremonies and symbolic gestures. Turkish coffee, prepared by boiling finely ground beans with water in a çezve, was more than just a beverage. It was an integral part of social gatherings, business negotiations, and even fortune-telling, as the patterns left by the coffee grounds at the bottom of the cup were often interpreted to predict future events. The Ottoman coffee houses, known as kahvehane, were vibrant centers of social life, offering not only coffee, but also entertainment in the form of storytelling, poetry readings, and musical performances, providing a space for public discourse and leisure that mirrored yet predated their European counterparts. This deep cultural integration meant that coffee was not merely consumed, but experienced, each cup a testament to shared history and communal bonds. As coffee spread globally, it adapted to local customs and ingredients, giving rise to an astonishing array of coffee-based beverages that reflect the diverse palates and culinary traditions of different regions. In Italy, the development of espresso machines in the early 20th century revolutionized coffee consumption, leading to the creation of beloved classics like the cappuccino, a harmonious blend of espresso, steamed milk, and foamed milk, and the latte, a creamier, milkier variation. In Nordic countries, coffee consumption per capita is among the highest in the world, deeply embedded in social rituals like fika in Sweden, a cherished tradition of taking a break with coffee and pastries, emphasizing conviviality and a moment of pause in the day, highlighting coffee's role as a facilitator of social connection and well-being. This cultural phenomenon underscores how coffee can transcend its function as a mere stimulant to become a cornerstone of daily life, providing comfort, routine, and a sense of belonging. The Japanese, renowned for their meticulous attention to detail and pursuit of perfection, have embraced coffee with a unique blend of traditional craftsmanship and technological innovation, developing highly sophisticated brewing equipment and cultivating a thriving specialty coffee scene that emphasizes precision, quality, and an almost artistic approach to coffee preparation, often utilizing methods like the siphon or pour-over to extract the most nuanced flavors. The economic impact of coffee has been equally profound, transforming global trade routes and shaping the economies of numerous developing nations, where coffee cultivation provides livelihoods for millions of farmers and their families. Coffee is one of the most heavily traded commodities in the world, second only to oil in terms of value, creating a vast global supply chain that connects producers in the global south with consumers in the global north. A complex network involving farmers, processors, exporters, importers, roasters, and retailers. The volatile nature of coffee prices, influenced by factors such as weather patterns, political stability, and global demand, can have significant consequences for coffee-dependent economies, leading to initiatives like Fair Trade Certification, which aims to ensure fair prices and sustainable practices for coffee farmers, promoting economic stability and environmental stewardship. The establishment of international coffee organizations and agreements further reflects the global importance of this commodity, attempting to regulate markets and promote sustainable development within the industry. The environmental footprint of coffee cultivation, particularly the extensive use of water, pesticides, and fertilizers in conventional farming practices, has become a growing concern, prompting a shift towards more sustainable and eco-friendly methods, such as shade-grown coffee, which preserves biodiversity by cultivating coffee plants under a canopy of trees, mimicking the natural forest ecosystem. Organic coffee farming, which eschews synthetic chemicals and relies on natural fertilizers and pest control methods, also contributes to environmental protection and soil health, appealing to environmentally conscious consumers who seek to minimize their impact on the planet. These sustainable practices not only protect ecosystems, but also often result in higher quality beans, as the slower maturation process under shade and the healthier soil conditions contribute to more complex and nuanced flavor development, demonstrating a harmonious relationship between environmental responsibility and sensory excellence. The future of coffee promises continued innovation and adaptation, driven by evolving consumer preferences, technological advancements, and the imperative of sustainability, with ongoing research into new coffee varietals that are more resistant to climate change and disease, ensuring the long-term viability of coffee production. The rise of third-wave coffee culture, characterized by an emphasis on single-origin beans, meticulous brewing techniques, and a deep appreciation for the coffee's provenance and flavor notes, has elevated coffee from a mere commodity to a gourmet experience, akin to fine wine or craft beer, fostering a new generation of discerning coffee enthusiasts. This movement encourages transparency throughout the supply chain, allowing consumers to trace their coffee from farm to cup, fostering a deeper connection to the producers and the intricate journey each bean undertakes. Even as you rest, the world of coffee continues its ceaseless evolution, from laboratories where scientists unlock the genetic secrets of the coffee plant, to remote hillside farms where dedicated growers tend to their precious crops, and to bustling urban cafes where baristas craft exquisite beverages, each step a testament to humanity's enduring fascination with this remarkable bean. This narrative, rich in history, science, and culture, continues to unfold, a comforting presence in a world that forever changes. Its story is complex and invigorating as the beverage itself, involving endless exploration and appreciation, a continuous unfolding even in the quietude of your contemplation. The intricate journey of coffee from its ancient Ethiopian origins to its celebrated status in Parisian cafes is a tapestry woven with threads of botanical marvel, human ingenuity, and cultural evolution, a narrative that extends far beyond those initial geographical markers to encompass global trade routes, scientific discoveries, and the very fabric of daily life across continents. As the sun began its slow descent over the ancient highlands of Ethiopia, where the Coffea arabica plant first flourished, Its glossy dark green leaves and fragrant white blossoms hinted at the profound impact its cherries would one day have on the world, a story deeply rooted in the ecological conditions of its native Kaffa region. The wild coffee trees, thriving under the canopy of larger forest trees, developed a complex flavor profile influenced by the rich volcanic soils and the consistent rainfall, conditions that contributed to the distinct acidity and aromatic notes still prized in Ethiopian Yegacheth or Sidamo varieties today. Before the widespread cultivation and brewing of coffee as a beverage, various indigenous communities in East Africa reportedly consumed the coffee cherries directly, sometimes grinding them with animal fat to form energy balls, a practical and calorically dense food source for nomadic tribes and warriors. This early method of consumption highlights coffee's initial role as a sustenance item rather than a sophisticated drink, demonstrating an intuitive understanding of its stimulating properties even without the elaborate roasting and brewing processes developed much later. The legend of Kaldi the goat herder, often cited as the discovery narrative, describes his goats becoming unusually energetic after consuming the bright red berries, prompting Kaldi to experiment with them himself and eventually share his findings with a local monastery, where the monks found the berries helped them stay awake during long hours of prayer. While likely apocryphal, this tale beautifully encapsulates the initial recognition of coffee's stimulating effects and its early association with spiritual practices, a connection that would resonate through various cultures for centuries. From these humble beginnings in the Horn of Africa, coffee's journey across the Red Sea to the Arabian Peninsula marked a pivotal moment in its history, transforming it from a regional curiosity into a globally traded commodity. The port city of Mocha in Yemen became the epicenter of this burgeoning trade. Its strategic location facilitating the movement of coffee beans to markets throughout the Middle East and beyond, lending its name to a famous chocolate-infused coffee drink. Yemeni farmers were among the first to systematically cultivate coffee on a larger scale, developing sophisticated irrigation techniques and terraced farms that allowed the Coffea arabica plant to thrive in an environment quite different from its native forest habitat. These early cultivators meticulously processed the coffee cherries, often drying them in the sun to remove the outer pulp, a method known as natural or dry processing, which imparts a distinctive fruity sweetness to the beans. The preparation of coffee in Yemen evolved considerably, moving beyond simple chewing of the cherry to the roasting and brewing of the beans, a process that unlocked the complex aromas and flavors we associate with coffee today. Early Islamic scholars and Sufi mystics were particularly drawn to coffee, or kahwa as it was known, for its ability to promote wakefulness and mental clarity during religious ceremonies and intellectual pursuits, leading to its widespread adoption in mosques and scholarly circles. The first dedicated coffee houses, known as Cafe Khane, emerged in cities like Mecca and Cairo in the 15th century, serving not only as places to enjoy the stimulating beverage, but also as vital social hubs where people gathered to discuss politics, tell stories, play chess, and listen to music. These establishments quickly became centers of intellectual and cultural exchange, fostering a vibrant public sphere that was unprecedented in many parts of the world, much to the consternation of conservative religious authorities who occasionally attempted to ban them. The Ottoman Empire played a crucial role in coffee's expansion, with the beverage becoming deeply ingrained in Turkish culture by the 16th century, leading to the development of the distinctive Turkish coffee preparation method. This involves finely grinding roasted coffee beans and simmering them with water and often sugar in a small pot called a tsezve, producing a thick, unfiltered brew served in small cups with the grounds settling at the bottom. The ritual of preparing and serving Turkish coffee became an elaborate affair, often accompanied by fortune-telling through the patterns left by the coffee grounds, a testament to its cultural significance beyond mere consumption. The establishment of coffee houses in Constantinople, the Ottoman capital, further cemented coffee's place in society, attracting diverse crowds from merchants and poets to government officials, and serving as informal academies and news centers. From the Ottoman Empire, coffee made its way to Europe through various channels, initially through Venetian merchants who traded with the Levant, and later through the sieges and diplomatic exchanges that characterized the interactions between East and West. The first European coffee house reportedly opened in Venice in 1645, though London and Paris soon followed, transforming the social landscape of major European cities. In London, the proliferation of penny universities, coffee houses where for the price of a cup of coffee, one could engage in lively discussions and access newspapers, became instrumental in the Enlightenment, fostering intellectual discourse and the exchange of ideas among merchants, scholars, and politicians. Lloyd's of London, for instance, famously began as a coffee house where ship owners and merchants gathered to conduct business and underwrite insurance policies, demonstrating coffee's role in facilitating commerce and innovation. The introduction of coffee to France is often attributed to the Ottoman ambassador Süleyman Aga, who in 1669 introduced the beverage and its elaborate serving rituals to the court of King Louis XIV, captivating the Parisian elite with its exotic allure. While initially a novelty among the aristocracy, coffee soon permeated all levels of Parisian society, leading to the opening of iconic establishments like Café Procope in 1686, which still operates today, and counts Voltaire, Rousseau, and Benjamin Franklin among its historical patrons. These Parisian cafes became synonymous with intellectual ferment, artistic expression, and revolutionary thought, providing a fertile ground for the exchange of ideas that shaped the French Enlightenment and the lead-up to the French Revolution. The specific roasting profiles and brewing methods in France began to diverge from the Turkish style, with a preference for darker roasts and the development of filtration methods, such as the drip pot, which allowed for a clearer, less sediment-laden cup. The global demand for coffee spurred its cultivation beyond its native and adopted homes, leading to its introduction to the Americas, a move that would profoundly reshape global agriculture and trade. The Dutch were instrumental in this expansion, successfully cultivating coffee plants in their colonial possessions, particularly on the island of Java in Indonesia, which became a major coffee producer by the late 17th century, giving rise to the term Java as a colloquialism for coffee. The Dutch East India Company, a powerful trading entity, played a significant role in disseminating coffee plants and knowledge of their cultivation across its vast network, effectively breaking the Yemeni monopoly on coffee production. This expansion, however, was not without its darker side, as it often relied on forced labor and exploitative practices in the colonies, a grim aspect of coffee's history that underscores the complex ethical considerations embedded within global commodity chains. The story of coffee's arrival in the Americas involves a fascinating tale of botanical espionage and diplomatic maneuvering, with Gabriel de Clieu, a French naval officer, famously transporting a single coffee seedling from the Royal Botanical Garden in Paris to Martinique in the early 18th century. Despite facing perilous conditions during the voyage, including storms and pirate attacks, de Clieu successfully nurtured the plant, which became the progenitor of much of the coffee grown throughout Latin America, a lineage that highlights the remarkable resilience of the Coffea arabica species. From Martinique, coffee cultivation spread rapidly to other Caribbean islands and eventually to the vast lands of Brazil, which would ultimately become the world's largest coffee producer. A position it has largely maintained for over a century. The sheer scale of coffee cultivation in Brazil, particularly in states like Minas Gerais and São Paulo, necessitated the development of innovative agricultural techniques and infrastructure, including extensive railway networks for transporting the harvested beans to port cities. The cultivation of coffee in Brazil, like in other colonial territories, was unfortunately deeply intertwined with the institution of slavery, with millions of enslaved Africans forced to work on vast coffee plantations, enduring brutal conditions to meet the insatiable European and North American demand for the beverage. This dark chapter in coffee's history serves as a stark reminder of the human cost associated with the global commodity trade and the enduring legacy of exploitation that continues to impact coffee-producing regions today. The abolition of slavery in Brazil in 1888 led to significant shifts in labor practices, with many European immigrants, particularly from Italy, arriving to work on coffee farms, bringing with them new cultural influences and contributing to the diverse social fabric of Brazil. As coffee cultivation expanded globally, so too did the methods of processing the cherries, each technique imparting distinct characteristics to the final cup. The dry or natural process, where cherries are dried whole with the fruit intact, typically results in a coffee with a heavier body, lower acidity, and pronounced fruity or sweet notes, often found in Ethiopian and Brazilian coffees. In contrast, the wet or washed process, which involves removing the pulp before drying, usually yields a cleaner, brighter cup with higher acidity and more distinct varietal flavors, a method commonly employed in Central American and Colombian coffees. A third method, the honey process, gaining popularity in recent decades, involved removing the skin and some of the pulp, but leaving a sticky layer of mucilage on the bean during drying, resulting in a balance of sweetness and acidity, often with a creamy body. The scientific understanding of coffee also advanced significantly over the centuries, moving beyond empirical observation to detailed chemical analysis of its complex composition. Caffeine, the primary stimulant in coffee, was first isolated in 1820 by the German chemist Friedrich Ferdinand Runge, marking a crucial step in understanding the physiological effects of the beverage. Subsequent research has identified hundreds of volatile compounds responsible for coffee's aroma and flavor, including various acids, sugars, and lipids, all of which undergo transformative changes during the roasting process. The Maillard reaction, a complex series of chemical reactions between amino acids and reducing sugars, is primarily responsible for the browning and development of savory, nutty, and roasted flavors in coffee beans, similar to what occurs when bread is toasted or meat is seared. The roasting process itself is an art and a science, requiring precise control over temperature and time to unlock the desired flavor profile from the green coffee beans. Light roasts typically preserve more of the coffee's original acidity and delicate aromatic notes, often described as floral or citrusy, while medium roasts develop a fuller body and balanced sweetness with hints of chocolate or caramel. Dark roasts, on the other hand, emphasize bold, smoky, and sometimes bitter flavors, often with a heavier body and less acidity, as many of the original compounds are broken down and new ones are formed. The specific origin of the bean, its processing method, and the roast level all contribute to the final sensory experience, creating an almost infinite spectrum of flavors for the discerning palate. The 20th century witnessed further innovations in coffee preparation and consumption, driven by technological advancements and changing consumer preferences. The invention of the espresso machine in Italy, with its ability to force hot, pressurized water through finely ground coffee, revolutionized coffee culture, creating a concentrated, intensely flavored shot that formed the basis for a myriad of milk-based drinks like lattes and cappuccinos. Achille Gaggia's development of the piston-driven espresso machine in 1947, which used higher pressure to extract a rich, crema-topped espresso, marked a significant milestone, popularizing the beverage globally. The meticulous calibration of grind size, water temperature, pressure, and extraction time are all critical factors in producing a perfectly balanced espresso shot, a craft perfected by skilled baristas. The rise of instant coffee, first commercialized on a large scale by Nestlé in the 1930s, provided a convenient and quick alternative for consumers, particularly during wartime when rationing and ease of preparation were paramount. While often criticized for its diminished flavor compared to freshly brewed coffee, instant coffee played a significant role in expanding coffee consumption to new demographics and situations, demonstrating coffee's adaptability to various lifestyles. Freeze-drying and spray drying are the two primary methods for producing instant coffee, both involving brewing coffee and then dehydrating the liquid extract into soluble granules, with freeze-drying generally preserving more of the original flavor. The latter half of the 20th century and the early 21st century saw the emergence of the third wave coffee movement, a paradigm shift that emphasized quality, traceability, and ethical sourcing, treating coffee as an artisanal product akin to fine wine. This movement focused on single-origin coffees, highlighting the unique characteristics derived from specific regions and farms, and promoting lighter roasts to showcase the inherent flavors of the bean. Direct trade relationships between roasters and coffee farmers became increasingly common, aiming to ensure fair prices and sustainable practices, fostering greater transparency and equity throughout the supply chain. This emphasis on quality and origin led to a renewed appreciation for the intricate nuances of coffee, encouraging consumers to explore different varietals, processing methods, and brewing techniques. Brewing methods themselves underwent a renaissance, with a renewed interest in manual techniques that offer greater control over the extraction process. Pour-over methods, such as the Hario V60 or Chemex, allow for precise control over water flow and temperature, yielding a clean, aromatic cup that highlights the coffee's delicate flavors. Immersion methods, like the French press or AeroPress, involve steeping coffee grounds in water for a period before pressing, resulting in a full-bodied brew with a rich mouthfeel. Cold brew, a preparation method involving steeping coarse ground coffee in cold water for an extended period, gained immense popularity for its low acidity and smooth, naturally sweet flavor profile, offering a refreshing alternative to hot coffee. The global coffee market today is a complex ecosystem influenced by climate change, geopolitical events, economic fluctuations, and evolving consumer tastes. Climate change poses a significant threat to coffee production, particularly for Coffea arabica, which thrives within a narrow band of specific temperature and rainfall conditions, leading to concerns about future supply and the livelihoods of millions of coffee farmers. Efforts to develop more resilient coffee varietals, implement sustainable farming practices, and explore new growing regions are underway to mitigate these challenges. The economic impact of coffee is immense, supporting over 25 million coffee farmers and their families worldwide, making it one of the most important agricultural commodities in international trade. Beyond its economic and agricultural significance, coffee continues to shape social rituals and cultural expressions across the globe. From the elaborate Japanese tea ceremony-inspired coffee rituals to the bustling street-side coffee vendors in Vietnam, each culture has woven coffee into its unique social fabric. The concept of fika in Sweden, a cherished tradition of taking a break with coffee and pastries, underscores coffee's role in fostering connection and slowing down the pace of life. In Italy, the quick standing espresso shot at a bar is a daily ritual, a moment of intense flavor and social interaction before continuing with the day. The health aspects of coffee have also been extensively studied, revealing a complex array of potential benefits and considerations. Beyond its well-known stimulant effects, coffee contains numerous antioxidants and bioactive compounds that have been linked to reduced risk of certain diseases, including type 2 diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and some forms of cancer. However, individual responses to caffeine vary widely due to genetic factors, and excessive consumption can lead to adverse effects such as anxiety, insomnia, and increased heart rate, underscoring the importance of moderation and personal awareness. The decaffeination process, which removes most of the caffeine from green coffee beans using various methods like the Swiss water process or solvent-based techniques, allows individuals to enjoy coffee's flavor without its stimulating effects. The future of coffee promises continued innovation, from advanced agricultural techniques and sustainable sourcing initiatives to new brewing technologies and flavor profiles. Specialty coffee roasters are constantly experimenting with fermentation methods, aging processes, and unique varietals to push the boundaries of flavor and aroma. The increasing awareness of coffee's environmental footprint is driving demand for organic, shade-grown, and bird-friendly certifications, promoting biodiversity and ecological balance in coffee-growing regions. The journey of coffee, from a wild berry in an ancient forest to a meticulously crafted beverage enjoyed by billions, is a testament to its enduring allure and its profound impact on human civilization, a continuous unfolding even in the quietude of your contemplation, inviting endless exploration and appreciation. The journey of coffee, from a wild berry in an ancient forest to a meticulously crafted beverage enjoyed by billions, is a testament to its enduring allure and its profound impact on human civilization, a continuous unfolding even in the quietude of your contemplation, inviting endless exploration and appreciation. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient lands where coffee first emerged, we can trace its path from those mythical Ethiopian highlands, where the energizing properties of the Coffea arabica plant were perhaps first observed by Kaldi the goat herder. His curious flock became unusually spry after nibbling the bright red cherries, or by Sufi mystics who used the stimulating brew to remain vigilant during their long nightly prayers, thus weaving coffee into the spiritual fabric of early Islamic societies.
The earliest documented method of coffee preparation involved crushing the whole berries, including the pulp and beans, then mixing them with animal fat to form energy balls. A practical and portable sustenance for nomadic tribes traversing the rugged terrain of the Horn of Africa, long before brewing became the predominant method of consumption. From these humble and practical beginnings, coffee began its slow, deliberate spread across the Arabian Peninsula, primarily through the port of Mocha in Yemen, which became a pivotal hub for the burgeoning coffee trade, lending its name to a popular chocolate-flavored coffee drink that persists to this day. The cultivation of coffee in Yemen was a closely guarded secret for centuries, with the fertile terraced mountainsides providing ideal conditions for the Coffea arabica plant, whose delicate beans produced a distinctively aromatic and complex flavor profile highly prized throughout the region. Yemeni traders, recognizing the immense value of their unique commodity, meticulously roasted and ground the beans before export, a practice intended to prevent the germination of seeds and thus maintain their monopoly on coffee production, demonstrating an early understanding of intellectual property and trade protection. The beverage, known as kahwa in Arabic, meaning wine of the bean, quickly gained popularity in the Islamic world, where it was embraced not only for its stimulating effects, but also as a permissible alternative to alcohol, which is forbidden by Islamic law, fostering a vibrant social culture around its consumption. Coffee houses, or kahve-khanes, emerged as vital centers of intellectual and social exchange in cities like Mecca, Medina, Cairo, and Damascus, providing spaces where scholars, poets, and merchants could gather to discuss philosophy, politics, and daily affairs, often accompanied by music and chess,
thereby becoming the precursors to modern public forums and cafes. These establishments faced sporadic opposition from conservative religious authorities, who viewed them with suspicion, fearing they encouraged idleness and sedition, leading to temporary bans and even destruction of coffee houses in various periods. Yet coffee's appeal always proved resilient, ultimately overcoming these challenges. The Ottoman Empire played a crucial role in coffee's westward expansion, as the beverage was introduced to Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, in the mid-16th century, reportedly by the governor of Yemen, Ozdemir Pasha, who brought it to Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, initiating a new era of coffee culture within the imperial court. The first coffee house in Istanbul, Kivahan, opened in 1555, quickly establishing itself as a popular gathering place for citizens from all walks of life, from janissaries to scholars, further cementing coffee's role as a social lubricant and intellectual stimulant. Turkish coffee, characterized by its extremely fine grind and preparation in a small copper pot called a zezve, where the grounds are allowed to settle at the bottom of the cup, became a distinctive brewing method that spread throughout the Ottoman territories and beyond, offering a rich, strong, and unfiltered experience. The ritual of Turkish coffee also extended to fortune-telling, known as tasseography, where patterns formed by the settled grounds in an inverted cup were interpreted to reveal insights about the future, adding a mystical dimension to its consumption. Coffee's journey to Europe was a more circuitous and often clandestine affair, with tales of smuggled beans and daring ventures as the Dutch, with their extensive maritime trade networks, were instrumental in breaking the Arab monopoly on coffee cultivation. In the late 17th century, a single coffee plant, or perhaps a few seeds, was reportedly smuggled out of Yemen by a Sufi pilgrim, or an Indian traveler named Baba Budan, who successfully cultivated it in the hills of Chikmagalur, India, laying the groundwork for coffee production outside of the Arabian Peninsula. However, it was the Dutch East India Company that truly globalized coffee, establishing plantations in their colonies, most notably on the island of Java in Indonesia, where the Coffea arabica plant thrived in the volcanic soil and tropical climate, leading to the origin of the term Java as a colloquialism for coffee itself. The first coffee house in Europe opened in Venice in 1645, following the introduction of coffee to Italy by Venetian merchants who had encountered the beverage during their extensive trade with the Ottoman Empire, initially facing skepticism and even condemnation from some religious figures who dubbed it the bitter invention of Satan. However, Pope Clement VIII, after tasting the aromatic brew for himself, reportedly declared it so delicious that it would be a sin to let only infidels drink it, effectively baptizing coffee and paving the way for its widespread acceptance throughout Catholic Europe. From Venice, coffee spread rapidly to other major European cities, with London seeing its first coffee house in 1652, established by Pasqua Rosé, a Greek servant of a British merchant, marking the beginning of a vibrant coffee house culture that profoundly shaped British society. These English coffee houses, often referred to as penny universities, because a penny bought a cup of coffee and access to stimulating conversation and news, became vital centers for intellectual discourse, business transactions, and political debate, fostering the exchange of ideas that fueled the Enlightenment. Lloyd's of London, the famous insurance market, originated in Edward Lloyd's coffee house in the late 17th century, where ship owners, merchants, and underwriters gathered to conduct business, demonstrating coffee's role in facilitating commerce and innovation. Similarly, the London Stock Exchange and various literary and scientific societies found their genesis in these bustling coffee houses, underscoring their significance as incubators for modern institutions and intellectual movements. In France, coffee arrived somewhat later, but quickly became an integral part of Parisian life, with the opening of the Procope in 1686, which still stands today as one of the oldest continually operating restaurants in Paris, becoming a favored haunt for luminaries like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot, who undoubtedly fueled their philosophical debates with copious amounts of the invigorating beverage. The French developed their own distinct coffee culture, often preferring a lighter roast and a more elegant presentation, leading to the invention of various brewing devices, including the cafetière or French press in the mid-19th century, which allowed for a simple yet effective immersion brewing method that extracted rich flavors. The French colonial empire also contributed to coffee's global spread, establishing plantations in territories like Martinique and Haiti, which became major producers of coffee for the European market, further diversifying the supply chain and making coffee more accessible to a wider populace. The cultivation of coffee in the Americas began with a single plant, a gift from the Dutch to King Louis XIV of France, which was then entrusted to Gabriel de Clio, a French naval officer, who heroically transported it across the Atlantic to Martinique in 1723, reportedly sharing his meager water rations with the precious seedling during a perilous voyage. From this sole plant, an estimated 80% of the world's Coffea arabica trees are believed to have descended, a remarkable testament to the resilience of a single botanical lineage and the ambition of human endeavor. Brazil, with its vast tracts of fertile land and favorable climate, emerged as the world's largest coffee producer by the mid-19th century, its economy becoming heavily reliant on coffee exports, leading to significant social and economic transformations, including the use of enslaved labor for cultivation until abolition, and later, waves of European immigrants working on coffee farms. The Industrial Revolution brought about significant advancements in coffee processing and consumption, with the invention of more efficient roasting machines and grinding mills, making coffee production more mechanized and accessible to the masses. The introduction of vacuum packaging in the late 19th century, pioneered by companies like Hillsborough's Coffee, dramatically extended the shelf life of roasted coffee, allowing it to be distributed more widely and maintaining its freshness for longer periods, thus transforming coffee from a locally roasted commodity to a mass-market product. Instant coffee, developed in the early 20th century by figures like George Washington and later popularized by companies like Nescafé, further revolutionized consumption, offering unparalleled convenience and portability, especially during wartime when it became a staple for soldiers. The 20th century witnessed the rise of coffee as a global commodity, with price fluctuations significantly impacting the economies of coffee-producing nations, leading to the formation of international agreements and organizations like the International Coffee Organization to stabilize markets and support growers. The third wave coffee movement, beginning in the late 20th century, shifted focus from mass production to quality, sustainability, and transparency, emphasizing single-origin beans, precise roasting techniques, and artisanal brewing methods, elevating coffee to an art form akin to fine wine. This movement has fostered a deeper appreciation for the nuances of coffee flavor, encouraging consumers to explore different varietals, processing methods, and regional characteristics. From the bright acidity of an Ethiopian yirgacheffe to the earthy notes of a Sumatran Mandheling. Modern coffee science continues to unravel the complexities of the coffee bean, identifying hundreds of aromatic compounds that contribute to its distinctive flavor and aroma, with research exploring everything from optimal growing conditions and pest resistance to the health benefits of various coffee components, including antioxidants and other bioactive compounds. The environmental impact of coffee cultivation remains a critical concern, driving demand for organic, shade-grown, and bird-friendly certifications, promoting biodiversity and ecological balance in coffee-growing regions, ensuring that the pursuit of this beloved beverage does not come at the expense of our planet's delicate ecosystems. The development of new coffee varietals through careful breeding and genetic research aims to create plants that are more disease-resistant, higher yielding, and better adapted to changing climates, securing the future of coffee production in the face of environmental challenges. The social dimensions of coffee consumption continue to evolve, with coffee shops remaining important community hubs, fostering connections and providing spaces for work, study, and leisure in an increasingly digital world. The rise of fair trade initiatives and direct trade relationships between roasters and farmers seeks to ensure equitable compensation for growers, empowering communities and promoting sustainable practices throughout the coffee supply chain, moving beyond mere commodity pricing to value the human labor and environmental stewardship involved. The continuous innovation in brewing technology, from sophisticated espresso machines to pour-over devices and cold brew systems, offers an ever-expanding array of ways to experience coffee, catering to diverse preferences and enhancing the sensory pleasure of each cup. The journey of coffee, from a wild berry in an ancient forest to a meticulously crafted beverage enjoyed by billions, is a testament to its enduring allure and its profound impact on human civilization, a continuous unfolding even in the quietude of your contemplation, inviting endless exploration and appreciation.